Good morning on this December 9th, 2025. Call the meeting of the Public Utilities Review Committee to order. The purpose of this meeting is to screen candidates for the Public Service Commission for the 1st, the 3rd, the 5th, and the 7th congressional districts. Just a brief overview that I'll say from the beginning and for the record. The screening process began on October 1st, 2025, with the review committee announcing the opening of the application period for these 4 commission seats. The review committee received a total of 11 applications, and no candidate has withdrawn at this stage. The review committee is charged with screening candidates for the Public Service Commission to determine whether they meet the statutory qualifications set forth in South Carolina Code Section 58-3-20, which provides that candidates must have a baccalaureate or more advanced degree, and 2, a background of substantial duration and expertise in at least one of the following areas: energy, telecommunications, consumer protection and advocacy, water and wastewater, finance, economics and statistics, accounting, engineering, or law. The review committee is also required to consider the ability, the dedication, the compassion, common sense, and integrity of the candidate, and the race and gender of the candidates and other demographic factors to assure non-discrimination to the greatest extent possible of all segments of the population of the state of South Carolina. We have conducted background investigations of each candidate, including credit, law enforcement, and driver license checks. In accordance with previous screenings by the review committee, the candidates took a written examination to assist us in determining the level of knowledge that each candidate has with respect to substantial public utility issues, ethical constraints applicable to the commission, and the operation of the commission. We are here today to further question the candidates and give them an opportunity to make any statement with respect to their qualifications and desire to serve on the commission. The review committee plans to issue this report regarding this screening to the General Assembly in January of 2026. Candidates may not seek pledges until 48 hours after the review committee has issued its official, I emphasize official, report. Candidates will be notified of that time that the report is officially issued. At this time, I would note that it has been the review committee's practice to meet with all candidates in executive session pursuant to Section 30-4-70. Therefore, I would entertain a motion that we adopt that procedure for our purposes today and agree to go into executive session with each candidate. Do I have a motion from the vice chair? Is there a second? Second from Mr. Nicholson. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor would say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. It is unanimous. And Chairman Rankin is joining us virtually and is recorded as aye as well. Before we call our first candidate, I would entertain a motion that the committee go into executive session for a legal briefing pursuant to Section 30-4-70A. Is there? So moved. So by the vice chair, seconded by Representative Rutherford. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
And aye from the chairman. Unanimous. We'll go into executive session pursuant to Section 30-470. Back in session on the record, and for the record, no action was taken during the executive session. Therefore, that moves us into the process for today. We'll now call our first candidate for the Public Service Commission, seat 1, Mr. Eugene Henley. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Doing well.
Good. Please, we're delighted to have you here. If you'd please raise your right hand for the oath. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Good deal. If you would please state your full name and current address for the record.
Eugene Henley.
Please, pull that microphone a little closer to you, if you would, please, sir.
Is there a button? Oh, should I be pushing this button?
Yes, I.
Eugene Henley. Is that better?
That's better. There you go.
126 Weston Court, Bluffton, South Carolina.
All right. Staff has some questions for you, so I'll recognize Breeden John to provide background information and to go over some questions with you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Henley. Brief background. Mr. Henley earned a Bachelor's of Science in Business Administration, focus on finance and economics, from the University of South Carolina in 2008. Mr. Henley co-founded Nebula Energy and Orion Digital Infrastructure in January 2023, where he currently works as Vice President of Investments. He previously worked for Schoenfield Strategic Advisors as an investment analyst, Millennium Management, and Fifth Set Capital as an investment analyst from 2019 to 2020. Previous position he was in from 2020 to 2022. You'll have to perhaps help me with the name of this one.
Balyasny.
Balyasny Asset Management as an investment analyst from 18 to 19. Guggenheim as Vice President of Power and Utilities Equity Research from 2015 to 18. And his career began as a management associate at Consolidated Edison before being promoted to Senior Analyst of Strategic Planning, and he was with Con Ed from 2008 to 2015. A background investigation indicated no criminal record, and a review of Mr. Henley's credit report indicated no negative information. Mr. Henley's score on the written exam was a 72. Mr. Henley, are you a registered voter?
I am.
In which congressional district are you registered to vote?
District 1.
Why are you interested in serving on the Public Service Commission?
So, well, thank you all for having me. It's an honor to be in consideration for it. I've worked in and around power and utilities for the entirety of my 15-plus year career. At utilities in the capital markets that fund them. So I've had many seats at many different tables. I think I've seen how commission orders flow through system planning, through capital plans, through capital structure, and ultimately customer bills. I have a lot of experience in interrogating these complex proceedings, financial models that regularly come before the commission. So I think, I have a solid understanding of kind of what comes before the commission. And, I think really I bring a breadth of experience really that I hope that, I think is relevant. I hope that you guys would agree. And I wish to apply it.
Very good, thank you. If you were elected to serve as a commissioner, how do you envision your work schedule, say on a weekly basis?
I'd imagine probably heavier at first at getting up to speed with things, but it's a full-time job. Obviously, there's a minimum to start, right? And probably more than that when you're coming in fresh.
And if you were elected, how do you expect to get up to speed on the issues confronting the commission?
The same way that I currently do and have been, which is following the record. So reading what's been filed, what's been put into briefings, all between ORS or PSC briefings. Yeah.
Have you attended any hearings at the commission since the screening process began?
No.
Have you read any commission decisions since the screening process began?
Probably, yes. I think yes. Not sure. Probably something around Dominion or Duke rate case, sure.
If you were elected, would there be any potential conflicts of interest, financial or otherwise?
No.
What would you do if a conflict arose?
If a conflict arose, I would recuse myself, or if the perception, of a conflict arose, I would recuse myself.
Are you or a member of your immediate family employed by a utility regulated by the PSC, either
No.
currently or within the past 2 years?
No.
Do you or a member of your immediate family own stock or have other financial interests directly controlled by you or your family member of a utility regulated by the PSC or other company that appears before the PSC? Are you affiliated with any political parties, boards, or commissions that would need to be reevaluated if you were elected?
No.
Do you belong to any organization that discriminates based on race, religion, or gender?
No.
Could you describe what you think the appropriate temperament is for a commissioner?
Probably much like a judge. So, in a leadership position in the hearing room, to keeping order. But I think generally, oh, sorry. Is that better? So I said much like a judge, a leadership position in the hearing room to keep order. And then I think more broadly in general, treating people with respect and dignity.
Are you aware that commissioners are subject to the Judicial Code of Conduct as well as state ethics laws?
I am.
Could you briefly describe the 5 canons in the Code of Judicial Conduct?
Sure. I think the spirit of the 5 canons is essentially, how a judge should behave at all times, and so his personal and professional life to avoid even the perception of impartial attitude or behavior. So, avoiding any activity or including extracurricular activities that could give any reasonable person a reasonable cause to believe, he had a bias in a proceeding. Not participating and engaging in not participating or engaging in political activities, including sort of fundraising, stuff like that.
Please explain the general rule regarding ex parte communications as it relates to the commission.
Sure. So, generally not supposed to speak about matters that are come before the commission with anyone really. So, I have experience in multiple jurisdictions with ex parte processes and rules, having gone through the appropriate channels in some cases. But I think as a commissioner, you generally avoid the situation. You shut it down or redirect it through the appropriate channels to put it on the record.
What are the industries or businesses that are regulated by the commission?
The investor-owned utilities, as well as some others. I think taxis, so electric, gas, and water, wastewater utilities are included in that. I'm missing some.
Thank you. What role does the PSC serve in regard to the regulation of those utilities? Description, please.
Sure, general description. So it's a quasi-judicial role. It's not policy making. It's not operational. It's sort of respects legislative primacy and judicial review. So I think the PSC's role is essentially educating cases that come before it, which is usually for the investor-owned utilities in the state. I think I missed telecom before in my previous answer, by the way.
What is the role of the Office of Regulatory Staff in matters before the commission?
The role of ORS is advocating on behalf of the public interest, or consumer interest, I should say, in the public interest. So I think in one word, an advocate for the consumer.
What is an integrated resource plan?
An integrated resource plan is a longer-term plan where you are projecting the demand needs and how you're going to meet those demand needs based on sort of where your capacity constraints arise. So there's a lot that goes into it. The credibility and depth of your demand forecasts are essentially what you're underwriting when you're planning to build infrastructure to support that. And then, how you support that with which sort of generation technologies, or whether you're considering transmission or non-wires alternatives, or DSM programs, et cetera.
What are the key factors that a commissioner should consider in a rate case?
So I think it starts with the need. So they're often proposing cost recovery for investments they have made or wish to make. So evaluating the need, and I think the a prime point that comes up is their ability to access the capital needed to make those investments, and in that they're arguing what the appropriate return should be, what their capital structure should be, and I think it's also important to think through ultimately their ability to actually earn the authorized return, which is ultimately kind of a function of the mechanisms they have in rates, but those translate to essentially customer protections as well. So can you give the utility what they need to access the capital that they need to make the investments, and can you do that while putting protections in place for customers so that you're not over-insuring the utilities return?
Please generally describe how cross-subsidization may occur in utility investments, say in energy efficiency programs or distributed energy resource programs.
So cross-subsidization occurs when you have a mismatch in the volume effects and the dollar effects of these programs. So energy efficiency programs are targeting volumetric reductions, and they spend some money to do that, and that'll happen within different rate classes. So to the extent that there's a mismatch between where the money's spent and where those volumes show up between rate classes, now the revenue requirement stays the same in this theory, and you're ultimately kind of making up for it from other rate classes. So a shortfall in volume here results in other customers paying for it. It could be like a cross-subsidization, in a solar context, for example, where a customer that puts solar on the roof is using less electricity, but the utility's already put the infrastructure in place for that customer. Now, other customers that have the pick up the tab essentially would be the cross-subsidization issue.
What are some challenges facing regulated water or wastewater companies?
Aging infrastructure and finding many of these companies are municipal. So how they kind of their capital formation works differently to the extent they're not investor-owned or public. But so one of the trends is actually them going to getting bought out by investor-owned utilities. But that being the root issue being the capital formation for them and the amount that they need to invest, and it's and you don't have the volume sort of growth that you do potentially to support it. So high fixed cost business.
And what are some challenges facing regulated telecommunications companies?
I think my general kind of understanding would be sort of the rollout of next gen broadband infrastructure. So a similar kind of wave of investment that comes. So how they're going to install 5G, when, the timing of it, how that gets charged, and who you roll it out to probably. So it's probably similar to kind of thinking through the socialization of kind of the costs and where it goes.
Great, thank you. And just a few other kind of housekeeping items. Are you familiar with the advisory opinions issued by the review committee dealing with attendance at legislative receptions, legislative caucus meetings, and political gatherings?
I am, yes.
Have you attended any of these events?
No.
Have you made any contributions to members of the General Assembly since filing your application?
No.
Are you familiar with the 48-hour rule, which prohibits a candidate from seeking pledges for 48 hours after the screening report has been submitted to the General Assembly?
Yes.
Have you sought or received a pledge of support from any legislator?
No.
Have you asked any third parties to contact members of the General Assembly on your behalf?
No.
Are you aware of any third parties doing so?
No.
If you're elected, do you plan to serve a full term?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions. At this time, I would request that we go into executive session pursuant to the committee's prior motion.
Without objection, we'll go into executive session with the candidate present and ask that the room be cleared for the executive session. We're out of executive session, and no action was taken in the executive session. We continue with our candidate, Mr. Eugene Henley. Now, I'll entertain if there are questions from members of the committee. Vice Chair, Mr. Herb Kurzman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Henley, considering most of your career was in industry or Wall Street, how will you ensure that you serve as an impartial decision maker on the commission?
Yeah, so I think, ultimately just comes down to making decisions that are based on the record. But, and how you do that and carry yourself is, to the spirit of the 5 canons, obviously, but, following strict adherence to the ex parte rules and really just, don't give anybody the perception of impartiality. And I have experience, as an investor, others aren't supposed to know your positions. You don't know theirs. You kind of have to maintain, you still talk to everyone. You're talking to companies, you're talking to regulators, but you have to sort of respect the confidentiality piece.
Okay. A follow-up question, if I might.
Yes, sir, of course.
Okay. As everyone I think in here knows, the data centers has been on the radar here in South Carolina. So given your recent experience, particularly developing data center power solutions, how do you think South Carolina's growth opportunities in these areas, how would you deal with that and while guarding against asset and risk to the customers?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that question. Been thinking about that a lot lately. I think, welcome growth, obviously, but you want to sort of make sure you have the right risk protections and awareness of risk and customer protections. So, as a commissioner, I'd be wanting to make sure, so who's underwriting the demand, who's on the hook if the demand doesn't materialize. I think I have a lot of experience in sort of structuring and evaluating contracts and rate tariffs for, essentially to align incentives. But, from a commissioner's perspective, I think right off the bat, a data center, in the example you gave, there's an asset liability mismatch. The life of the economical life of a data center is much shorter than the life of the electrical equipment and power generation equipment that's being installed. So, when I say making sure, you're aware of the risk and that you have the customer protections, there are mechanisms you can sort of install or you can require in large load tariffs, for example, that essentially require sort of exit fees or addressing essentially that mismatch. So what happens if the demand doesn't show up? Can it transfer? Are there a minimum fees? Making sure they're dollar based, not volume based. If it's like a take or pay type structure, but you essentially just want to make sure that the incremental load is paying its fair share when you're in the commissioner's seat, I think.
Thank you, sir. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Good morning, Mr. Thank you for being here. How do you consider cost of capital, financial risk, and impact of commission decisions on rates and investment?
Yeah, so having done that for a few years, I think as a commissioner, the methodology isn't the mandate, right? So the methods you choose, the tools you use to come up with what an appropriate return is, or one, your DCFs, your discounted cash flows, your capital asset pricing models. But the standard that you're aspiring for or you're trying to hit is setting a return that can attract an appropriate amount of capital at an appropriate cost commensurate with the risk seen elsewhere. So that's the standard you want to hit, and how you get there, you have a number of tools, but I think how you kind of wrap around it is sort of a check on how does this actually compare to what others are getting? How does it compare to the risk relative to others? And that goes to the point I was making about utilities' actual ability to earn their return. So when there's mechanisms in place that were you able to hear me well before? When there's mechanisms in place that de-risk the utility's ability to earn the return, like decoupling, weather normalization, things like that, then you don't need to over-insure the return as much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How do you think about just and reasonable rates in the public interests? How do you balance that on the record?
Yeah, so building the robust record up, I think, is where you start, and then you want to demonstrate that it's, what you're balancing is reliability and affordability, and least cost risk. And, the way I think of it is not for any one stakeholder, but really, in the spirit of balancing those factors. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So back to the issue of data centers for a minute. The some of the discussion that I have heard about impending data centers being developed in South Carolina is that they may be looking to small modular reactors as a future generation source. Do you have an opinion on that?
On data centers using SMRs to power themselves. So I think more broadly, you're seeing data centers bring their own power to wherever they go, and that I think
That was going to be my next question. Go ahead.
I think for them, what I've noticed is most important is getting time to power before cost of power, typically, and so I don't know where. I don't know that they can get an SMR faster than a gas turbine.
No, they can't right now.
Yeah, so
But that may well be 5 years from now, and you may, if you are elected to this, you may still be here when these start to come to South Carolina. Or, there aren't any in the U.S. I mean, they're on the aircraft carriers now, but we don't really have them land-based yet. But there has been a lot of discussion about that maybe because of the difficulty of building the big nuclear power plants that we all know too well about, the small nuclear reactors can be made wherever they're made and just shipped here, and almost like a solar farm, maybe you put 4 or 5 of them together and generate power enough for a data center. And the concern has been, my concern has been that we don't want people on fixed incomes to have to finance new generation facilities for data centers. I mean, if we need more power because more people are moving to South Carolina, and y'all can stop now, everybody who's. But we are going to need more electric generation. All right, we just are going to need it for our own growth. Data centers bring a new set of electric consumption that's bigger than normal. Mm-hmm. And you mentioned earlier that there is a trend now that the data centers actually help finance the generation for the power that they're going to consume, which is great because it doesn't put it on the person on fixed income or the person who's got a power bill to pay every month. Has any of your work experience been related to that?
yes, developing co-located data center and power infrastructure is what I've been doing for the last year or so.
Most of that gas-fired?
All of it's gas-fired, yeah. So I haven't personally done many, nuclear projects like that. And the one that comes to mind semi-recently, I think there was an Amazon Dominion sort of agreement or partnership going forward toward that end. But I think I think the utility ultimately operates the power plant for the data center. I think there were some others in the Midwest, and maybe with Xcel Energy or Wisconsin Energy. But in those cases as well, the utility is operating the nuclear facility for whoever the customer is. If I don't want to prejudge, something hypothetical that hasn't been proposed, but to the extent it's they're bringing their own generation, I think that's at least encouraging.
Other questions? Mr. Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question for you. This is a full-time job, okay? Are you committed to being here full-time?
Oh, yeah.
Because it's a 5-day-a-week job. Some folks think they can do it virtually, and some may be able to, but I just want to make sure that you're committed to the job.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Other questions? Just briefly, I was looking over your letters of recommendations and things and just talking about ability to navigate the changing financial markets with great attention to detail. What got you interested in the line of work with utilities that aspect of your financial background?
It's an interesting question. To be honest, I think it starts coming out of where I graduated. So I graduated in 2008 from USC, and my interest was, I think my internship was actually banking, and I was
Who was your internship with?
Ernst & Young, and then pursuing. So I had an offer from, I think it was Wachovia at the time, Bank of America, et cetera. Those offers were being rescinded. Even my internship to switch to full employment was being rescinded, and utilities were the only ones hiring at the time. It was kind of my experience, and talking to some folks about kind of what they were doing, they were hiring opportunistically as well. So the Con Ed, the company I went to go work for, they had they brought in a new CFO who's the head of M&A at Citibank. My boss, Lori, was a banker for Merrill Lynch for a long time. Her boss, Guru, was a McKinsey consultant. That's how I kind of got pulled in opportunistically, and luckily,
Here you are.
here I am.
No other questions? Okay, this will conclude this portion of our screening process for you as a candidate. But I want to remind you of our evaluation criteria, and pursuant to that, we expect you as a candidate to follow the spirit as well as the letter of the state's ethics law. And any violation or appearance of impropriety on your part would be deemed very serious by this review committee and potentially warranting us calling you back for questions. Do you understand this?
I do.
Thank you. It's good to see you. Thank you for
you.
your willingness to serve.
Appreciate it.
Good morning.
Good morning. We will now call next candidate for the Public Service Commission, seat 1, Ms. Carol Lee Williams. Let me please take the oath, please. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good deal. Okay. Please state your full name and current address for the record.
Carolyn Leone Williams, 2066 Wapu Drive, Charleston, South Carolina, 29412.
So we now would recognize Mr. John to provide some background information and go over some questions with you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, I'll give a brief background of you. Ms. Williams earned her Bachelor of Arts degree in history from Wake Forest University in 1979 and a master's degree in urban and environmental planning from University of Virginia in 1982. She's the current commissioner for District 1 on the Public Service Commission. She was first elected in 2020, and her current term expired June 30th of 2024. Ms. Williams' career began in 1982 working as a planner for the Department of Planning and Urban Development for City of Charleston until 1985. She was in a similar role in Cincinnati, Ohio from 85 to 86 before returning to Charleston with the department. She was project manager for Department of Planning, Preservation, and Sustainability from 1986 to essentially 2017. Following that, she worked as Low Country Field Director and Land and Water Program Director for the Conservation Voters of South Carolina from 2017 to 19 before joining the commission. She's a member of the American Planning Association, South Carolina Planning Association, American Institute of Certified Planners, National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners, and the Southeastern Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners. She is currently or has recently been a member of the Metanoia
done.
Circle. Thank you. Metanoia Circle, Providence Baptist Church, Leadership, South Carolina, and the Riley Institute. She volunteers with Habitat for Humanity, American Red Cross, Charleston Waterkeeper, and the Old Windermere Neighborhood Association Council. She also, since 2015, works part-time as the house manager for the Spoleto Festival. A background investigation of Ms. Williams indicated no criminal record, and a review of her credit report indicated no negative information. Her written exam score was an 82. Ms. Williams, is that an accurate summary of your background?
It's a good summary.
Any other comment you would like to make, opening statement or anything?
I would like to. Do it at this point?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. President, Vice Chair Herb Kurtzman, and Chairman Rankin, and other members of PERC. It is an extreme honor and responsibility to serve as the Public Service Commissioner for South Carolina for Congressional District 1. And I want to tell you a little bit about that, how I see that responsibility. When we were at our orientation initially, the chair of the commission walked into the room with a 2-story tiered cart with materials laden on it. And the point he made that day was that no one person could do it all. And that we had to really rely on the professional expertise of our technical and legal staff, as well as our own independent analysis. And I wanted to give you a visual example of that today. When we started, I don't know who can see it, and I can probably not lift it, but we were all given carts like this. And unfortunately, I am still a paper gal. You know, I wish I could do it digitally, but I need to be able to see the page, see the graph, and go back to it and point to it. And so these are incredibly important. What I lifted is one docket's amount of information. It's over 3,000 sheets of paper, and that's double-sided. And it includes all of the testimony, all of the technical studies, all of the modeling, all of the special studies that are attached as exhibits and referenced in the materials. Staff provides really good legal and technical briefings on the materials and summaries, which we use. And they also define how the applications meet the statute and suggested questions that they as staff have. For me, this overview that they give us is like an impressionistic painting, but in words. And then it's my job to fill in the gaps and to dig deeper and to kind of use that to see where I have my own questions and how the application relates to the statute, and ultimately to help me in making a decision. In sum, this is a near constant dedication that I bring. It's more than a full-time job, and that's the commitment that I give it and the responsibility that I take. At the start, I mentioned what an honor it was for me to be a commissioner. Part of that for me is I'm a lifelong public servant, and I value this experience personally, but I also value what I hope that I bring to this position and give to the state. When I was selected as a commissioner, there was a deep need for greater confidence in the Public Service Commission by way of diligent questions in order to get all material on the record. And my desire to learn and understand has coupled well with that need for more questions from the bench and more thorough hearing. South Carolina has been and continues to be at a crossroads economically, and I understand the importance of that. The impact of economic development is seen in the IRPs that we receive from various utilities, as well as in the many, many Siting Act applications that we are now getting. Over my career, I have often wished to be the economic development officer who is proud of what we brought to the state or the county or the city, but that is not this introvert, my nerdy introvert nature. My nature is more suited to the Public Service Commission as a dedicated public servant who relishes learning new materials and applying what is fair for all of South Carolina. In preparation for today, I looked over my promises to you in 2020. They were to be impartial and fair, to be dedicated to the work, and to consider both the needs of the consuming public as well as the utility providers. I continue to bring that same commitment to balancing the need for reasonable rates for customers, for consumers, with the reliability, the stability, and the resilience for the utility. Thank you. I know that was a long opening, but this is really important to me, and I wanted to share those opening remarks, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Are you a registered voter?
Yes, sir.
In which congressional district are you registered to vote?
Congressional District 1.
Could you describe an ordinary workday for you at the commission offices or otherwise?
I'm going to describe an ordinary week, but do it quickly. I tend to start my Monday mornings in Charleston. I'm getting on the road and in the office by about 9 o'clock in the morning, and then working through the Thursday business meeting and Friday should we have additional in-person meetings. I review the daily activity reports in the morning, if not during the day, to try to keep up with what is evolving. I prioritize what's coming next, what I need to read, what I need to ask questions of, and maybe this is a long-winded way of saying there's not a typical day, but some days it's solid reading, some days it's following up on questions that I have, whether it's a lawyer or a technical advice person, or a fellow commissioner who I know has a strong feeling or a strong background in an element that we're looking at.
Thank you. How do you, you told us a good bit about this in your opening statement, but briefly, how do you prepare for a hearing? About how long does it take for, say a typical rate case, electric rate case, which I know is not typical?
Okay. Well, just to reference the card I brought in, what's in there are the materials from one rate case. And we actually had 2 rate cases within the month that we were reviewing those. It really depends. If it is something on the business meeting agenda, like a telephone-related item, it's a quick review of a letter, of a contract. It's transportation, similarly, is rarely complicated anymore, thanks to the General Assembly's leadership there. So a rate case, which is what you asked me for, that, and these are all pre-filed, so that's part of why we've got this well in advance. I currently start perhaps a month out. It really depends. If it's a controversial item, then I may be looking at it before that. What has happened lately is that our staff is able to provide materials as much as a month out, which, given my process, really helps me to delve deeper after getting those materials. So give or take, a cursory look early, but a deeper look from a month out in. And of course, customer public hearings also impact that, because those often happen before that month, and so there's more to be focused on at that point.
Thank you. What type of contact or interaction do you have with staff, with commission staff?
I have contact with them as any question arises, whether it's by phone or in their office. There's a lot of conversation as we get closer to the hearing, and maybe they've recommended a question that isn't so important to me, but I feel like I'm missing something, so I want to delve a little deeper to understand that question. So I go to them for details, for background. That's also really important when we're working on motions. I often, have an idea that I'd like to weave into the motion, and then there's working on the orders and reviewing them. This year, I've been a part of, I've authored a number of concurring opinions, and so that also involves a lot of work with staff.
If you were reelected, would there be any potential conflicts of interest, financial or otherwise?
I'm not aware of any.
What would you do if one arose?
I would talk to our general counsel because she is sort of our guru for those kind of things, and she advises me when I have offered to recuse myself, and so I would basically follow whatever she advised that I do. But I also think it's my responsibility to live my life in such a way to avoid those.
Are you or a member of your immediate family employed by a utility regulated by the PSC, either currently or within the past?
No,
few
sir.
years? Do you or a member of your immediate family own stock or have other financial interests that you directly control in a regulated utility?
No, sir.
Are you affiliated with any political parties, boards, or commissions that would need to be reevaluated if you were reelected?
No, sir.
Do you belong to any organization that discriminates based on race, religion, or gender?
I do not.
Could you describe the appropriate temperament for a commissioner?
Temperament. Thoughtful, respectful, deliberate, diligent, careful. I can elaborate, but that's what came to my mind initially.
Thank you. Are you aware that commissioners are subject to the Judicial Code of Conduct as well as state ethics laws?
Yes, sir.
Could you briefly describe the 5 canons in the Judicial Code of Conduct?
I think of them as 2 do's and 3 avoids, and that helps me when I talk about them. So the do's are to conduct my judicial work with independence and integrity and with impartiality. And that's all a part of avoiding any question of thought about how a judge is approaching a particular docket. And then the avoids are inappropriate political activity, discrimination. There's another one about avoiding even the risk of, in your outside life, something that then becomes an issue. And the 5th one is, half of it is the toughest one. Impropriety is not so tough, but the appearance of impropriety is a judgment call.
Please explain the general rule regarding ex parte communications as it relates to commissioners.
Commissioners, going back to the Code of Judicial Conduct, it is essential that our work from the bench and off the bench not be questioned. And the ex parte is a particular statute that says, we don't have conversations that are off the record, that are the only opportunity is just for administrative matters, and only staff has those kind of conversations, and those are mentioned in the docket. I mean, they are, every party has to have the ability to be a part of those administrative ones. And, you can be imprisoned, there's a fine. If you do participate in ex parte, and the part I missed on the test is it's appealable to the administrative law court. And I've left a number of things out that I could go back and cover. So if you want me to do that, I will.
No, that's great. Thank you. What are the industries and businesses that are regulated by the PSC?
Energy, which includes electric and gas, telephone, transportation, water, wastewater. Yeah.
And what role does the PSC serve in the regulation of those industries?
Well, you all define the statutes. We have a very public process for defining the regulations, and we implement both.
Do you think the role of the commission in regulating utilities, do you think that should be modified as it stands under current law?
Well, when you say regulation, I think of our regulatory requirements. And those, of course, are reviewed every 5 years. So that process is ongoing in a very public process. Do you mean something other than that?
The role of the commission in overseeing the
Okay.
operation of regulated utilities. The structure that we have in place. should it
That
be
is,
modified?
that is your job. There may be tweaks that we experience, but that is your job.
What's the role of the Office of Regulatory Staff in matters before the commission?
They represent the consuming public, and they also, they are a party. They're a party to every docket that we have. They are looking at, as I started to say, the consuming public, but also the stability of the utility. And they dig deeply. They are able to have information that we don't see that is part of what is requested as part of a docket, but then they file a report or they file testimony, and our job is to take the utilities' testimony, their testimony, as well as other parties' testimony, and find what is fair amongst all of that.
What is an integrated resource plan?
It is something that's been ongoing for quite a long time, but you all gave the authority to the Public Service Commission to approve or reject or modify an integrated resource plan in 2019, Energy Freedom Act, I think. And it is a 15-year plan. It is looking to the future of what the state needs, what the utility needs. There's a lot of modeling involved with it. There's a lot of cost determination of the different classes. And then that's not true. I switched, sorry. I was thinking IRP and went to rate cases. So it's 15 years looking in the future. It's a long-term look, but then there's also a short-term action plan as part of it. And the commission reviews it, and it is a thread amongst all that we do, because that information informs the utility in future applications.
What are some of the key factors a commissioner should consider in a rate case?
The witnesses' material from all parties. Key factors. Part of what happens is that various experts look at what other utilities are experiencing in terms of an ROE or ROI. We don't base our decision on that, but it does give you a comfort zone to understand what is comparable and is out there. We want to make sure that the cost that the company is requesting to be able to recover is all within the IRP. It connects with the IRP, as I mentioned earlier, in terms of the needs for what is upcoming. But we also want to make sure that it supports safety and reliability and the ability for the utility to be able to earn a good return on investment.
In analyzing a utility's programs for customers, whether it be distributed energy resource programs, energy efficiency, how do you look at the potential impact of cross-subsidization in determining whether these are good programs?
I looked at the statute, and you all gave us some real specific guidance related to energy efficiency, and that in terms of the two-cost test and not those programs for energy efficiency or demand-side management that are for low-income households, not having to meet those. That is really helpful. So there is some inherent cost subsidization there, to get back to your question. But there's also legislation that talks about minimizing cross-subsidization to the greatest extent practicable or possible. Probably practical is what the word is in there. And that ultimately becomes a judgment call where you look to see that the intention is there to avoid and that it's minimized.
What are some challenges facing water, wastewater companies?
So there's some new environmental legislation that might be coming down. It also seems that, and this is less true in terms of what the commission sees, but I know from reading the paper, there are a lot of smaller water and wastewater companies that have infrastructure they invested in years ago. I've never managed one of those, but I can imagine that pipes underground are a little bit like out of sight, out of mind, or they're working until they're not working. So paying for upgrading water and sewer with a state that's developing, looking at ways to enhance clean water capabilities, but balancing that with what a water and sewer company is able to do.
And same question for regulated telecommunications companies. What challenges are they facing?
I'll be blunt and say I'm less sure about that. My instinct is that as it's going to be an interesting situation as the state urbanizes. Will the carriers of last resort become minimized? Is it something that we can fund long term because the state is growing? So carriers of last resort, I might learn how to not talk with my hands, but carriers of last resort are those that just, there's no way for them to make money and provide telephonic services to them. And my question is really whether that becomes easier over time to fund or more difficult, and I don't know the answer.
Thank you.
I think cybersecurity is another one that could be answered for both water and wastewater as well as the telephone industry.
Are you familiar with the Review Committee's advisory opinions regarding attendance at legislative receptions, legislative caucus meetings, and political gatherings?
Yes, sir.
Have you attended any of these functions
No,
since
sir.
submitting your application? Have you made any contributions to members of the General Assembly since filing your application?
No, sir.
Are you familiar with the 48-hour rule, which prohibits a candidate from seeking pledges for 48 hours after the report has been submitted to the General Assembly?
Yes, sir.
Have you sought or received a pledge of support from any legislator prior to this date?
No, sir.
Have you asked any third parties to contact members of the General Assembly on your behalf?
Absolutely not.
Are you aware of any third parties doing so?
No, I'm not.
And if you're reelected, do you plan to serve a full term?
Yes, sir. God willing.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions. At this time, I would request that we now go into executive session pursuant to the committee's prior motion under Section 3470.
We'll go into executive session and ask that the room be cleared. We're back in regular session. No action was taken in executive session. We continue to have Ms. Carolee Williams, candidate for District Number 1, before us for the Public Service Commission. Questions from members of the committee? Senator Hutto.
In your answers to the staff earlier about the preparation for a hearing, you made mention of the fact that you view some your approach to some cases maybe, and I heard this differently, but differently if the case is controversial. And my question is, how do you decide if a case is controversial or not?
Well, I think that some cases just are less controversial, like telecommunications and transportation. And I think that's the way I meant to reference it. But to answer your question, one of the ways you tell is by how many parties there are. You know, who is participating in the docket system, who is filing testimony. If it is just ORS and the utility company, then that tells you something.
So, I mean, in essence, in some cases, just appear routine because they have to file with you, they've got to come before you, but there doesn't seem to be anybody opposing it. It's a normal matter. And then other cases, there are people, they're saying, don't do this, and that makes it controversial.
In my opinion, yes. And you can get some indication based on how thick the application is and the testimony. And sometimes, you know, items that are that slim are controversial, particularly in a complaint case, but most times they are not.
Well, I appreciate that answer because I was hoping you weren't going to tell me because whether the newspaper said it was controversial or not.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Williams, just a quick question. I know when you answered the question about the factors that you consider for rate increases, do y'all take into consideration the impact it'll have on the customers and everything? And the reason why I ask this, me and my wife were just talking last night of a case that happened the other night up in Anderson, where a couple died from carbon monoxide poisoning because they did not have power in the house and they had a generator running to operate a little space heater, you know. And I was just wondering, do you take into consideration the impact it will have upon the customers when these rate increases come about?
I'm going to, my answer is easy, but I'm going to build up to it. We have the Department of Consumer Affairs that participates in most dockets. They are, along with the Office of Regulatory Staff, that is their focus. And so the other time is when we're doing customer public hearings, we hear stories that are not quite that life or death, but that are life or death to these people. And we listen to them seriously and diligently and then follow the testimony and in terms of making our decision. So looking out for the consumer is part of what you ask us to do. We balance that with the utilities' ability to provide reliable and safe and be able to make money as they should. So my quick answer is absolutely, but with all that as background.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Curzon. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Williams, what impact does a concurring or dissenting opinion have on the timing of the issuance of a PSC order?
Rarely does it have any impact. The intent is to be doing them in parallel. You would look at the order, but you would have a draft. In fact, one particular case, I knew I wanted to concur or perhaps dissent. I think it's in this current year, and I drafted a dissent the day that we ended the case because I wanted to make it as easy as possible. So in theory, it should not have an impact. It should just, if it has an impact, it's a day at the end.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to follow up on that. How long have you been doing, the commission been doing dissent orders?
I think you'd have to ask that of someone like Commissioner Pelzer.
Is that a long time?
I believe it is. But I'm not able to answer you with the kind of confidence I'd like to have. President Alexander, just to build on that, you might remember that one year I was abstaining, and we had a conversation in the PERC evaluation, and it is the concurring opinion especially has given me the ability to vote yes, but then to offer a tweak of why I'm able to vote yes. So the dissenting opinions are a different category, but it does fall out of my desire to vote with my conscience, with what understanding that you don't necessarily get all that you think is right in that vote, but sometimes it rises to the level of a concurrence, and sometimes you're not able to vote for it, and you're writing a dissent to explain it.
Thank you.
I'll ask when I get back to the office.
That's fine. We'll get staff to find that. Representative Gatz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning still. Ms. Williams, you said a moment ago prior to the executive session, and you were answering the question regarding water. You said something, and I kind of missed it. You said something about there's environmental, I think you may have said law that may be coming down. What did you mean by that?
Now, I'm not going to be able to tell you what it stands for, but it's called PFAS, and it has to do with, and this is a federal law, and there's a lot of water and authorities that are looking at that and evaluating, how that's going to impact them. And honestly, has that happened? It's federal, so that's what I meant.
Okay. How did you come to have knowledge about PFAS?
NARUC and CRUC meetings.
Okay.
So the National and the Southeastern Regional Utility Commissioner meetings. I mean, that's a regular conversation.
Beg the court's indulgence. How do you consider cost of capital, financial risk, and impact of commission decisions on rate and investment?
I think that's the half of the equation that you charge us with. The utility has to be able to do their work. And if our decision is putting them at financial risk, we have to find that sweet spot between what the consumer needs and what the utility needs.
One more question.
Of course. Yes, sir.
So given, recent developments and experience, and particularly as we're talking about data center power solutions, how do you think about South Carolina's growth opportunities in these areas while guarding against stranded assets and risks to customers?
I think that Act 41 gave us some tools that are helpful, and the 10-year requirement that there must be a reimbursement if they are not here in 10 years, the look at transformational and the other kind of economic development. Right now, it escapes me what it's called, but it's kind of less of a level. Those also give us standards to implement, allowing more flexibility for the transformational ones. I think that one of the, I guess this comes up with, if the industry is offering their own power, that's kind of a level that the statute hasn't quite dealt with yet. I might not have answered your question, so please pitch it to me again.
No, that's okay.
Okay,
No, that's fine. I think that was adequate. Thank you.
okay. I want to do more than adequate.
You good? Okay. I got a couple here for you. I just, as a commissioner, speaking from that role, certainly you're under the ex parte rules, correct?
Correct.
How do you ensure that the staff comply with the ex parte rules?
I think that's a personal responsibility that you all have given each of us. And so that's my first answer. My second answer is that they are daily in a position where they are looking at emails and phone calls that come into us, so they are reminded regularly of their role as they protect us from inappropriate conversations. Also, this may be true with all state departments. We have a, there's training that's required, and so annually, I believe, we do ex parte training, and then there's a test at the end of that. And it's also a part of our annual ethics training.
What degree of deference should the commissioners give to the testimony or arguments presented by the Office of Regulatory Staff as opposed to other parties of record?
I've wondered that too. I think that you have to look at it all holistically, and there's probably not a judgment call. I don't think you tell us to look at theirs more closely, more importantly, but given their role, it feels, there's a feeling that that we should, but how I look at it is more holistically, depends on what other parties are saying. If it is the utility and ORS is really, really critical in making a decision. If it is the utility, ORS, and 7 other parties, then that's where it's a lot harder to give you an easy answer.
Thank you. You first, certainly, when you joined the commission at a time of, I think you would agree, a great change in the energy policy for our state. How are things different today compared to your first couple of years on the commission?
This is one where I wish I had like 2 minutes to really think through and take your time. Ask the last part again. What do you specifically want me to address?
How are things different today compared to when you first joined the commission?
You know, I think the federal policy has more impact than anything else, but clearly, Energy Freedom Act had just been passed. I've already spoken about the need to diligently ask more questions, have more information on the record. There feels like, I'm going to ask about anything that I am curious about and feel like it's important, but I also think that as more time has gone by, I perhaps over ask on questions in the first couple of years. So I'm going to ask on what is critical to know, but I have to ask less to expand my knowledge than I did in those years. So my own learning curve is part of what's changed. So federal law, state law, my learning curve.
One final, I don't know if it's a question as much as a comment on one of your letters of recommendation from Mr. Mark Nix, Executive Director of the Home Builders Association of South Carolina, states that what distinguishes Carol Lee most clearly is her temperament. We talked about temperament earlier. She listens before speaking, seeks to understand before judging, and works to build consensus without sacrificing principle. She treats everyone with civility and respect, regardless of disagreement. Do you think that's a fair assessment?
I certainly hope so. I feel very egotistical to say yes.
Thank you.
I have seen one of the other letters, and I believe that person said something very similar as well, and that would be Mr. Jenkins.
Any other questions? Okay. This will conclude this portion of our screening process with Commissioner Williams. I want to remind you that this is of our evaluation criteria, and pursuant to that, we expect you as a candidate to follow the spirit as well as the letter of the state's ethics laws, so certainly as a commissioner as well. Any violation of appearance of impropriety on your part would be deemed very serious and potentially warning us, calling you back for further questions. Do you understand this?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate your time being with us today. In your
Thank you. Appreciate each of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. You okay if I go ahead and get started?
PFAS, and it's poly.
Good morning. We'll now go to the 3rd Congressional District. And we have as our next candidate for the Public Service Commission, seat 3, Mr. Bjorn Brooks. If you would please raise your right hand for the oath. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, thank you, sir. Please state your full name, current address for the record, please.
101 Sycamore.
Come a little closer to that microphone there.
Sure. Bjorn Gustav James Brooks, 101 Sycamore Drive, Clemson, South Carolina.
Okay. We have some questions for you that Mr. John will provide as background information and go over with you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Brooks. All right, Mr. Brooks earned his Bachelor of Science in Biology from Iowa State University in 2000. He earned a Master's of Science degree in Paleobiology from the University of Bristol in 2002, and a PhD in Geology back at Iowa State in 2009. Mr. Brooks currently Mr. Brooks currently works for Carbon Solutions, LLC as a research scientist, where since 2023 he has led data and software analyses for decarbonization, supporting utilities and regulators on reliability, affordability, and emissions by translating technical results into actionable energy planning. He previously worked as a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Wisconsin-Madison from 2009 to 2011. Same role at the University of Illinois from 2011 to 13, before going to work for the USDA Forest Service as a research fellow from 2014 to 2020. He then worked at the North Carolina Institute for Climate Studies at NC State University as a research associate, and then as a data scientist for Living Carbon. Mr. Brooks volunteers with Baby Read, an infant education and reading program in Oconee County, and he is a volunteer scientist at the Clemson University Science Outreach Center. Mr. Brooks, at the risk of not properly explaining the technical aspects of what you do, could you briefly tell us what it is you do at Carbon Solutions?
Sure. Yes, and thank you all, and good morning. So I've For the past 5 years, I've worked in private industry. I work at a company called Carbon Solutions, and we do a lot of work with greenhouse gas emissions and what's called decarbonization. So we handle everything from capture, transport, and storage of gases. So this is largely planning. We do a lot of modeling and measurement of these things. We work with partners in the energy industry and oil and gas.
Thank you. A background investigation indicated no criminal record, and a review of Mr. Brooks' credit report indicated no negative financial information. His written exam score was a 57. Mr. Brooks, are you a registered voter?
Yes, I am. I'm registered in Oconee County.
And in what congressional district?
Excuse me, Pickens County, yeah. In District 3.
Thank you. Why are you interested in serving on the Public Service Commission?
Yeah, thanks for that question. My interests are with the Public Service Commission are essentially to bring to PURC an option for someone who has two main advantages, I would say. So a lot of the work that I do involves very technical modeling. So I've worked for about 10 years now adjacent to the oil and gas industry, particularly with detection of fugitive emissions from oil and gas, also with planning and siting of facilities that are involved with renewable energy and decarbonization, removing gases from the atmosphere. And so we do a lot of technical work. And so that includes both the aspects of where to site these facilities, how much they cost, what would be the impact of these facilities on the local community. So these are the sorts of things that I do day in and day out. And so having that sort of technical expertise is an advantage. It gives me insight into some of the assumptions that go into models, into reports that are generated, for example, associated with changes in utilities, so proposals that might come before the committee, and things that would affect ratepayers. Those are the kinds of things that involve assumptions and very technical aspects. And so I have quite a bit of insight into how those models are developed and what kinds of questions to ask. The second thing is I have worked a lot with multiple stakeholders. So stakeholders including land managers, landowners, foresters, and folks in the state and federal government. And so that requires a skill set in itself, translating these complex topics and being able to have conversation about how it will affect laypersons. So I have a lot of experience in engaging multiple different brands of stakeholders. Yeah.
If you were elected to serve as a commissioner, how do you envision your weekly work schedule?
Yeah, so I've spent some time reviewing what I can through some of the recordings of the Public Service Commission, and I've noticed a couple of things. So commissioners spend a lot of time asking clarifying questions. The second thing is they also spend a lot of time formulating opinions and decisions, and then also defending them. And so there's quite a bit of research that goes into those meetings before, or quite a bit of research that happens before they attend those meetings. And so I can imagine a lot of the time will be focused around understanding the meat and potatoes of what's in those dockets, looking into and perhaps requesting expert opinions on those. And so I imagine quite a bit of time will be spent in the office sort of understanding and getting prepared for those events. So, yeah.
And you kind of got to what my next question was going to be, how you, if you were elected, how you expect to get up to speed. So like you've been, well, if you were elected, how would you get up to speed on issues facing the commission?
Aside from that, there's a quite quite a number of regulations. So the legislature, the regulations that form the sort of rule set that the Public Service Commission has to operate on is quite extensive. So I've spent, I would say, the past 2 months or so, quite a number of hours reviewing and understanding those laws and those rules and regulations, and also understanding the history of how the Public Service Commission has developed. So that's one part of it, understanding sort of the playing field and the rules. So the second part of it is involving some of the players involved. So the South Carolina Authority, so the Santee Cooper, that aspect of things, as well as some of the IOUs and also some of the cooperative agencies. So there's a lot to learn there from the energy utility side, who's involved, the players, I guess you could say that will be on the field, and as well as other aspects of you have wastewater, you have telecommunications, and then also natural gas. And so I feel like a lot of my time would be spent initially. I would sort of form a plan that involved understanding and really getting to know the other committee members and asking where best to spend my time to understand some of the regulations involved. Second, beyond that, I would want to understand where, from those other commissioners, where best to go to really understand South Carolina's utilities in a better way. That might involve site visits to some of our hydroelectric dams, or see some of our interstate pipelines, see how how gas comes into the state and how it's distributed. Also, having phone calls and meetings wherever possible to really understand how business is conducted. So those would be kind of the first two steps, and I would really lean on current commissioners to help guide me through that process.
Thank you. If you were elected, would there be any potential conflicts of interest with your service on the commission, financial or otherwise?
No, I don't currently have any conflicts of interest. So while I do work for a company that does a lot of consulting and research and development with midstream oil and gas companies, for example, they do not operate in the eastern U.S. So there's no conflict of interest now, and I don't anticipate any.
Another one that you just answered, but I'll ask you, are you or a member of your immediate family employed by a utility regulated by the PSC now or within the last 2 years?
No.
Do you or a member of your immediate family own stock or have other financial interests directly controlled by you, those interests being in a utility regulated by the PSC?
My answer is no, but I would have to, if I proceeded further, I would have to go through and vet, because I vet some of my investments. I do have index stocks, and I'd want to make sure that none of those, for example, were invested in Duke or Dominion or anything like that. So I would have to do some more investigation to make absolutely sure that. But in short, no.
Are those self-directed, or you're just?
It's through, not self-directed, it's through a retirement fund, that I do not manage.
Are you affiliated with any political parties, boards, or commissions that would need to be reevaluated if you were elected?
I'm not affiliated with any boards. I'm not an active member in a political party, though I have attended political events, Pickens County Democratic Party, for example. I have attended events for conservation voters of South Carolina, but I'm not an active participant in anything. Yeah.
Do you belong to any organization that discriminates based on race, religion, or gender?
No, I do not.
How would you describe the appropriate temperament for a commissioner?
So anyone that's a commissioner on the board has a responsibility, I would say, to a certain standard of behavior on and off the dais. So that's not just behavior when, at work, but that's also behavior outside of that. And so I worked for 7 or 8 years, 6 years for the federal government, I was subject to a lot of training, a lot of scrutiny, things like the Hatch Act and how do you handle sort of political interests and that sort of thing. So I'm quite familiar with aspects from a civil servant point of view about behavior and conflicts of interest, those kinds of things. And at the Public Service Commission, I would say it brings it to the next level. So everything that you do, you are a public representative. Even if you think that things may be off the record, they certainly can end up being broadcast through unintended channels, I'd say. And so that puts the burden on commissioners to really, I would say, watch themselves and be sure that everything that you do would reflect positively upon the Public Service Commission. The commission, after all, has to engage both, has to represent positively the ratepayers, and then also all the utilities and those that are regulated. So, so it's a very high standard. Yeah.
Are you aware that commissioners are subject to the judicial code of conduct as well as state ethics laws?
Yes, I am somewhat familiar with that, yes.
Could you briefly describe the 5 canons in the judicial code of conduct?
No, I actually cannot recite those 5 canons.
Could you tell us what you think the spirit of those canons are?
Yeah, I did review this. It was one of the first things that I looked into, but it's slipped my memory since then. And what I recall, there are a lot of elements that are focused specifically on how you handle situations. So one of them, as I recall, is ex parte communications, I believe. And so if you are contacted, for example, or that was a prominent one that I recall, if you are contacted by any outside agency that wishes to communicate with you about matters that deal with PSC matters, there are specific ways that you handle those communications. So there's a process. If you are aware of this from the beginning and you are contacted by them, then there's a way to handle those communications that involves, it has to be public, there has to be oversight, someone else in the meeting, those sorts of things. And then if it happens afterward, there's a process for that, for reporting those sorts of things. But I do remember some of the details in general, but I can't recite them verbatim.
Thank you. What are the industries and businesses that are regulated by the commission?
In terms of industries, let's see, there's energy. So there are energy utilities, as I mentioned earlier, that can include energy cooperatives like Blue Ridge, that's investor-owned utilities also, and then the state authority, Santee Cooper. There's natural gas is in there. I mentioned that earlier. There's also telecommunications, so things like broadband, internet access. There's also water and wastewater, and then transportation in the sense of taxis. So, yeah.
Thank you. What is the role of the Office of Regulatory Staff in matters before the commission?
The Office of Regulatory Staff, that is an office that's somewhat, I would describe it, parallel to the Public Service Commission. So that was created essentially to sort of provide transparency and accountability in the process of reviewing plan changes and oversight of utilities. So ORS is, the Public Service Commission is focused squarely on the adjudicatory responsibilities of that regulation. So they work on regulation, they review dockets, issue orders, that sort of thing. What they don't do is the Public Service Commission doesn't engage in actual sort of monitoring and following up and policing of that. That's handled by the Office of Regulatory Staff. And so those two offices, those two branches are separated, and that's for good reason. And so they're also not co-located, and there are specific ways that those two offices can communicate with each other through official channels. So, so PSC handles adjudicatory matters, sort of oversight, and those sorts of things are handled by ORS and the State Energy Office.
What is an integrated resource plan?
Yeah, integrated resource plan is something that came to the fore in South Carolina, I think about a decade or so ago, and that's required by investor-owned utilities. It's required by, perhaps all three of them, Santee Cooper also. And this essentially is a plan that I think has to be reproposed every 3 years and annually is reviewed and reported on. And it's essentially a description of how the utility is going to allocate resources to its customers. So those might include large industrial users and then also residential ratepayers. And so the IRP is, the objective of it is to ensure that the services that are being provided to South Carolinians are being provided in a way that's in line with regulations, in line with the law, and is servicing them in terms of providing fair and balanced sort of rates, is in compliance with things like emissions, like sort of EPA level guidelines on emissions, those kinds of things. And so IRP is basically your blueprint for how you plan to allocate resources to meet all of those guidelines in an ongoing sort of basis with the state.
What are key factors that a commissioner should consider in a rate case?
Okay, yeah, in a rate case, so if a docket arrived and it proposed a change in rates, and so that is a situation where you need to sort of evaluate a couple of different things. So I think it would be good to look at it from both the perspective of, are the things that are asked for in the rate case, are they necessary? Are they prudent? Are they things like, infrastructure improvements? Are they things that are, improving compliance or making the service more robust or more reliable? So you have to sort of look at that aspect of things. How much of the funds go toward that. But on the other hand, you have to look at the aspect of things of how do they affect the ratepayers. So I think you have to switch and look at the impacts. And so South Carolina is an interesting state because we have a lot of small towns around South Carolina. So there are places that people are affected more and more than others. And so you would also want to look at the effect of the rate change on different kinds of energy consumers. So I'm thinking of particularly folks in rural areas. So we have a lot of that in my district. And so you want to sort of strike a balance. You want to look at rate changes that actually benefit and bring the relationship between the utility provider and the customers in South Carolina more into balance, so it provides better service. Are these rate changes actually directly tied to something that we need, but you also want to balance that with the sort of price demands that come from the ratepayer side of things. So.
To what extent should the commission consider cross-subsidization in analyzing a utility's energy efficiency programs or distributed energy resource programs?
Yeah. Yeah. So, so this might be part of an IRP. Looking at ways to sort of fund things, whether that be through sort of public-private partnerships, or something perhaps more extreme, like maybe changing the ways that doing something more extreme, like perhaps construction of a facility, a utility facility, say across state lines in some way, and then those sorts of things. So that kind of approach, I think, is very attractive. So if you can find ways that bring sort of private funding, private investment into public utilities, that can be very advantageous. So there are a couple of different ways that I think that can be done. You can have government tax incentives or government grants programs, so federal grant programs. You could also have partnerships, those kinds of things. And if they are to the benefit and in agreement with some of the acts that we've passed on distributed energy resources, then that's good. Each, I guess, investor-owned utilities, for example, have to provide a certain amount of their energy has to be renewable energy. So if they have a plan to do that, and that plan brings in a partnership in some way, and that partnership helps offset some of the cost of those resources, and therefore sort of lowers or spreads out some of the costs and doesn't leave the full burden of that on ratepayers, and that's a good thing. But as a commissioner, I think you need to look at that and understand how realistic are some of those relationships. So we need to think about things like stranded assets. So is the plan really reliable? What sort of assumptions went into those costs? Where did they come from? How realistic are they? And are there any clawback measures for that sort of thing? So if you get involved in a situation where you're sort of reducing costs of, I don't know, a rooftop solar program or something like that, but the program terminates unexpectedly, you would want some ability for sort of clawback measures, or at least think about that. That's something that you would like to think about. So, yeah.
What are some challenges facing regulated water, wastewater companies?
Okay. Yeah. Well, in the recent news, there's. We've seen the headlines that there are, issues with some of the industrial use and agricultural use of our waterways in South Carolina. So, and that's to be expected. The state's population is growing. So there's a challenge for water availability. Now, that's something that is affected, can be worsened by sort of seasonal weather changes and fluctuations. So, in the peak of the summer, if you have an industrial user that's drawing down a lot of water, and sort of the base level of the river is getting quite low, you can develop some problems for other users of our waterways. So folks that are using it for recreational purposes, for drinking water, that sort of thing. And so it also affects water quality too. So when you really start drawing down on that river, it leaves a lot of the residual behind, and that can be a problem for some municipalities. So water quantity is something that we're faced with, is a challenge that we're faced with right now in the state, and it's something that the legislature is looking into. And so On the Public Service Commission, commissioners need to be aware of that and really need to challenge and ask detailed questions about proposals that, for example, would put a new outtake in a river or in a lake. We need to understand what are going to be the impacts as best we can on other users that are downstream. Of course, the water is a shared resource. It's flowing generally from the mountains to the sea, and as it goes down, you have more and more outtakes along the way, more and more municipalities, and it's, by the time you get to the end of the river, you're in the territory of the folks that are impacted quite strongly by that. And so that kind of water availability is a growing challenge in South Carolina. And so we need to be careful about the magnitude of projects that we approve, and then as legislation comes to sort of address this, we want to look at proposed projects and really consider carefully the sort of scenarios that are used to project how much water these different groups are going to use. So for example, industrial demand can rise and fall with productivity. If a company becomes more productive and they happen to use water, they may increase that water usage as production rises. And so we need to be aware of that when we request scenarios or review scenarios of how much water they're going to use. So,
Thank you. And could you also describe some challenges facing regulated telecommunications companies?
Yeah. So telecommunications, that in terms of, landlines for telephone communication, those are still used throughout the state, but mostly in sort of niche contexts, offices and businesses. But really there's a big need in telecommunications for rural broadband internet. And so rural areas in South Carolina, many of these small towns face significant challenges of having access to broadband. So broadband is needed for everything that we do. So it is becoming more and more of a needed resource, like electricity in the home. A lot of the bills that we pay, that sort of thing. And so in South Carolina, there are challenges in sort of equitably serving all of these distributed towns that are throughout the state in terms of connection and access to the internet. Yeah.
Are you familiar with the advisory opinions issued by the review committee regarding attendance at legislative receptions, legislative caucus meetings, and political functions?
Yes, I have reviewed some of these advisory opinions, and so this one in particular, it rings a bell of some of the opinions that are issued, of ways to of behaviors to avoid in order to avoid being called in for further review for your action. So I've looked at a number of those advisory opinions. I think maybe 5 or 6 of them. Yeah.
Have you attended any legislative receptions or legislative caucus meetings since submitting your application?
No, I have not.
Same question. Any political gatherings during this time frame?
No political gatherings.
Thank
No,
you.
I have not.
Have you made any contributions to members of the General Assembly since filing your application?
No, I have not made any contributions.
Are you familiar with the 48-hour rule, which prohibits a candidate from seeking pledges for 48 hours after the report has been submitted to the General Assembly?
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
Have you sought or received a pledge of support from any legislator up to the state?
I have not.
Have you asked any third parties to contact members of the General Assembly on your behalf?
No, I have not.
Are you aware of any third parties who may have done so?
No, I'm not aware of any.
If you are elected, do you plan to serve a full term?
Yes, I do plan to serve a full term.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions. At this time, I would request that we go into an executive session pursuant to the committee's prior motion under Section 3470.
So ordered, and we'll clear the room for our executive session.
Thank you.
We're back in open session and no action was taken during the executive session. Are there questions from members of the committee?
Luke.
Yes, sir. Chairman
Is now
Rankin.
exiting.
Okay. I've got just how did you get, you mentioned earlier, and in the Baby Read there in Oconee County, briefly, how did you get involved with Baby Read?
Yeah. So I've always been involved in these sort of side volunteer activities. That happens to be the one I'm currently involved in. So I saw it at, we had just moved to Clemson, and I think I was at a cafe, and I saw some information, and so I got involved with them. And it's actually really a simple program. It's just based on the research that babies that get involved early on with reading, with literature, have better outcomes through school. And so it's just a matter of a couple of times a month sitting down with my family. I bring my daughter along. She's 4. So it's everybody except for me in the organization, dozens and dozens of people. They're women. I'm the only guy that does it. So I bring my daughter along. That kind of softens things up, and we just read. We read to. I have one family that I stay with, and I'll stay with them, until the kid's in school. So yeah.
It's a great program. And as to observing your letters of recommendation, I guess it's from your neighbor. It says what stands out most is how grounded he remains in everyday concerns, whether discussing utility reliability, affordability, or local infrastructure. Dr. Brooks listens first, asks precise questions, and frames solutions around community needs rather than headlines. He volunteers his time, shows up prepared, and treats people with respect, qualities that build trust across viewpoints. So I commend you for having that type of letter of recommendation, recognizing your activities from that standpoint.
Oh, well, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. If there are no further questions, this will conclude this portion of our screening process with you as a candidate. However, I do want to remind you of your evaluative criteria. The pursuit to that, we expect you as a candidate to follow the spirit as well as the letter of the state's ethics laws. Any violation or appearance of impropriety on your part would be deemed very serious and potentially warranting us calling you back for further questions. Do you understand these?
I do.
Thank you again for being here today and your willingness to serve.
All right. Thank you for your time. Yeah.
I am, thank you.
Yep. We now have Mr. Mike Caston with us. Yes, sir. After the third district, yeah. Mhm. Okay, thank you, though. Keep me in line there. Mr. Gaston, I'm going to administer the oath to you. If you raise your right hand, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you'd please state your name and address for the record.
Stephen Michael Caston, 128 River Point Drive, Clemson, South Carolina, 29631.
Thank you, sir. Now I'm going to ask Mr. John to provide some background information and go over some questions with you, please, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Caston earned a Bachelor of Science degree in Civil Engineering from Clemson in 1978, and he went on to earn a Master of Public Administration in 2004 from the Clemson University of South Carolina Joint Master Program. He is the current commissioner for District 3 on the South Carolina Public Service Commission. He was first elected in 2020, and his current term expired June 30th, 2024. Mr. Caston also currently operates Mike Caston Consulting on a part-time basis. His career began in 1978 as an engineer for James T. Triplett and L.R. Ryan Bridge Contractors, design engineer and construction manager for Enright Associates from 1978 to 88, project engineer for Black & Veatch from 88 to 91. He was a design engineer for SJWD Water District from 1991 to 97 before becoming SJWD's general manager and CEO, a role that he held from 97 to 2019. He's a member of the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners, the Southeastern Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners, and is a life member of the Water Environment Association of South Carolina. He's also a member of New Spring Church there at the Clemson campus, the Clemson Fellowship Club, and Tiger Letterman. A background investigation indicated no criminal record, and a review of Mr. Caston's credit report indicated no negative information. And his written exam score was a 77. Mr. Caston, is that all accurate?
Yes, except for the Mike Caston Consulting. I dissolved that in 2020, which really wasn't a big deal one way or the other. But
No, thank you for that correction. I misread that, but
quite all right.
thank you. Mr. Caston, are you a registered voter?
I am.
In which congressional district are you registered to vote?
District 3.
Could you describe an ordinary work week for you at the commission?
Pretty much. It's, as has been mentioned before, full-time. And full-time means a lot of things to a lot of people. But typically, depending on what we have occurring, various and sundry hearings, some are more substantial than others. We in the past few weeks, in November, around the time we were, doing some of this stuff, we had some fairly significant hearings. Typically, it involves a lot of reading, a lot of asking questions of staff, and just doing the job the best you can.
Thank you. How do you prepare for a hearing?
Pretty much that way. One, depending on, what type of hearing it is, whether it's a rate case or, something involving the Siting Act or whatever. I personally like to review pretty much the statute and the regulation relative to that particular hearing or subject matter. And then just reading the information, which is, again, depending on the type hearing, it can, not be as much to just a lot of paper. And it's a lot. It's a lot to consume. But what I do is, after going through it, try to determine, what are the what are the issues, if any? What questions do I have? What would I like to know? And then I kind of go through some of that with the technical staff and our legal staff too. Say, hey, okay, this is what I see. This is what I understand. Give me a reality check. Generally, that's what I do.
And what type of contact do you have with commission staff, say, outside of hearing preparation?
Outside of, I'm sorry.
If you're not working directly on a specific hearing, to what extent do you interact with commissioners?
Well, I used to have a gentleman that I worked for years back, and he talked about his MBWA, and I didn't know what that was. But it was that management by wandering around, by walking around. And while I don't, I'm not trying to manage those people, I think, me personally, I think it's important to know the people that you're working with and them to know you. So generally, that's what I do. I make it a point to do that, but nothing more than just that purpose.
If you were reelected, would there be any potential conflicts of interest, financial or otherwise, from your service?
No, sir, none that I'm aware of.
What would you do if one arose? A conflict arose?
Not participate. I mean, there's just no question about that.
Are you or a member of your immediate family employed by a utility regulated by the PSC, either currently or within the past 2 years?
No, sir.
Do you or a member of your immediate family own stock or have other financial interests directly within your control in a utility regulated by the PSC?
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Are you affiliated with any political parties, boards, or commissions that would need to be reevaluated if you were reelected?
No, sir.
Do you belong to any organization that discriminates based on race, religion, or gender?
No, sir.
What's the appropriate temperament for a commissioner?
Well, I'm going to tell you what I think the appropriate temperament is, and some people call it the golden rule. Treat people the way you want to be treated. You can be firm and still be kind. Just always, I think there's wisdom to just trying to stay calm, treat people with respect. And I think that will pretty much serve the day if you allow that to occur.
Can you briefly describe the 5 canons in the Code of Judicial Conduct?
I can. And I think, when I think about those in general, when it talks about the integrity and independence of the judiciary, how do you do that? How do you get that? You have the laws, impartiality and diligence, and avoiding conflicts of interest. And when I think about those things that a judge or a commissioner is to do or should do, it's not a suggestion. It is a mandate. And it's difficult to have a law to make you have good character. But I do believe that is the intent of the Code of Judicial Conduct, that people are looking at you, the public's looking at you. Can they trust you, and how do they trust you? They can only trust you if they believe you, if they believe you are impartial, if they believe you are a person of integrity and character. I would hope that folks think that, but that's something I take very seriously.
In general terms, what is the rule regarding ex parte communications as it relates to the commission?
Don't do it. If anyone wants to talk to you about things, then that'll come up. You just don't. If you think it may be an issue, or if that internal bell of light's flashing, you just don't do it. Don't participate.
What industries and businesses does the PSC regulate?
Industries and businesses?
Industries, businesses they're in.
Well, you know, the big ones, the investor-owned electric utilities, water, wastewater utilities, and you know, motor carriers, such, telecom, gas, which I think, you know, there's one that I've not had an experience with yet. I think it's called carriers, which involves, I think, railways and I guess cable cars and such. But at least in my experience, I've not seen anything like that we've dealt with.
Do you think the role of the PSC within South Carolina's utility regulatory framework, do you think the PSC's role should be modified in any way?
Well, I think that's General Assembly's responsibility. I suspect everyone has an opinion about what they would do differently if they could. But that's y'all's job, and I'm not sure this is where I would want to tell you how to do your job.
What's the role of the Office of Regulatory Staff in matters before the Commission?
Pretty much to do the, I guess, the investigative work primarily, to, you know, the way it was before, when that was in-house. You know, that investigation, you know, all the things bad that happened, I understand don't want to happen again, relative to what they do now, is provide the deep dive, the get in the weeds, the look at the records, provide information, along with other interveners, but primarily that investigation, that information to provide in a hearing, in the record, to help, one, using and consuming public, and to provide the commission with information to measure and judge.
What is an integrated resource plan?
It's, well, Santee Cooper's a 20-year plan. For all the other utilities, it's a 15-year plan. But it's pretty much a high-level plan of what the utility sees in the next 15 years. You know, the shorter the time frame, the, I guess, greater the likelihood of those things occurring. The population projections that relate to electric demand, what resources they think they will need to meet those demands, what type resources. And now, you know, with Act 41, it's done some other things, including, you know, transmission planning and such as that. But at a high level, that's pretty much what they are.
What key factors should a commissioner consider in a rate case?
Well, you know, folks would typically tell you, okay, this is the revenue requirement, and you've got these things over here that cause that revenue requirement. You have operation and maintenance expenses. Every utility has those, you know, whether it's water, sewer, electric. But for the cost of services method, you have those costs like operation maintenance that pretty much are just passed through. The rate base, you know, the physical stuff that's there, that times whatever the rate of return is that rate case is going to determine or help determine, that is that revenue requirement. It's all those costs combined. Now, that equation, that's a simple little equation. But the things that go into that equation are the complex things, like the debt service. You know, that's reasonably determined. You know, it's not as complex. The complexity comes in things like return on equity. You know, what is that? What should that be? How is that determined? You know, these proxy groups. And then are those proxy groups, do they really represent this particular utility? And then you have those, I guess, methodologies that they go through to try to sort through that to determine what that is. The biggest thing with the rate case is determining, are those things just and reasonable? Have they been done appropriately? Did it meet the requirements of the statutes, which is one of the roles of ORS, and the interveners can provide also input into that, but it's not an easy thing. But in general, that's it.
In assessing the prudency of a utility's investment in, say, an energy efficiency program, to what extent should a commissioner consider the effects of cross-subsidization?
Well, it's in the statute, so I think it should be weighted and considered. Would I say more than this or more than that? I guess it would be on an individual basis, but it certainly should be considered.
What are some challenges facing water and wastewater companies today, regulated?
Depends on who you ask, but since you've asked me, you know, to be honest, the same things I hear today, the same things I heard 40 years ago. Aging infrastructure, regulations, you know, how we're going to pay for them. And all those things are legitimate, don't get me wrong, but as you know, aging infrastructure didn't age overnight. But those are issues, they're realities. There are some systems that, you know, going to need to fix some stuff. Now, I do believe that relative to especially smaller systems where you have a limited rate base and limited number of customers, you know, having non-metered water or non-metered accounts is a challenge. It's problematic because then you have it like a uniform rate. So there's zero incentive for conservation, or this person can just let it run all night and this one really tries to not do it, but everybody pays the same thing. I think those are issues that are all challenging, but in general, that's, I think, issues of concern.
And challenges facing regulated telecommunications companies today.
You know, I thought about that. Honestly, nothing comes to mind other than, you know, in the incumbent telephone companies, you know, primarily rural, it's becoming more difficult to find truly rural areas in South Carolina now because of population. Don't know what that means. Don't know what effect that'll have. But the things I think our state is experiencing is going to affect everyone, including telecommunications, broadband, everyone. And I can tell you firsthand, used to be you could go out and run a water line or do anything without a whole lot of difficulty. There's so much stuff in the ground now, especially in the rights of way along the roads, that it's a challenge, big time.
Great, thank you. Just got a few housekeeping items. Are you familiar with the Review Committee's advisory opinions regarding attendance at legislative receptions, legislative caucus meetings, and political gatherings?
I am.
Have you attended any of these functions since submitting your application?
I have not.
Have you made any contributions to members of the General Assembly since submitting your application?
I have not.
Are you familiar with the 48-hour rule, which prohibits a candidate from seeking pledges from 48 hours after the report has been submitted to the General Assembly?
I am.
Have you sought or received a pledge of support from any legislator prior to this date?
No, sir, I have not.
Have you asked any third parties to contact members of the General Assembly on your behalf?
I have not.
Are you aware of any third parties doing so?
No, sir.
If you are reelected, do you plan to serve a full term?
If you'll have me, yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions. At this time, I would request that we now go into executive session pursuant to the committee's prior motion under Section 3470.
So ordered. If we clear the room, please. Accept. Back in open session, no action was taken in the executive session. We continue with Mr. Stephen Mike Caston, 3rd Congressional District candidate. Are there questions by members of the committee? I've got just a couple brief ones, if you would. What type of information do you rely on in making your decisions on commission matters?
Now, information that's provided to us. And that's pretty much it.
Okay. How, as you're under the ex parte rules, how do you ensure that the staff members comply with ex parte rules?
Well, they have the same training we do. I believe they're knowledgeable in it. And unless I'm standing there with them, I don't know any more than I do now relative to what they're doing. But if something is said or suggested or alluded to, I believe we deal with it, or confront it, because that has occurred in the past. But I believe they're very competent and capable, and if there's an issue, we'll deal with it.
Thank you, sir. Other questions? You good? All right. There are no further questions, so this will conclude this portion of your screening process. I want to remind you of the criteria and pursuant to what we expect as a candidate to follow the spirit as well as the letter of the state's ethics laws. Any violation or appearance of impropriety on your part would be deemed very serious and potentially warning us to come call you back for further questions. Do you understand this?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your willingness to serve.
Thank y'all for having me. All right.
Good afternoon. Good.
I hope you're doing well.
Thank you. Doing
All of
well.
you.
Thank you. We have with us now Pamela L. Christopher, and next candidate, who is the next candidate for the Public Service Commission, seat number 3. Let me administer the oath to you. If you raise your right hand, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Absolutely. Yes, sir, I do.
Great. If you would state your full name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Pamela Lou Christopher, 200 Royal Oaks Drive, Anderson, South Carolina, 29625.
Mr. John has some background information and some questions for you.
Hi, Ms. Christopher. Before I go over your background briefly, do you have a quick opening statement you would like to make?
Sure, and do you want a copy of my transcript?
I'll get it after.
Okay, all right. I'll just put it back here for you.
Very good.
I appreciate the opportunity to come before you, and I look forward to looking and talking with you guys about all that I can do or I feel I can bring to the position. And I'm honored to be in front of you and would love that, to have the opportunity to serve in this capacity. I've been serving on the SCDOT Commission since the year 2000, and I definitely believe in public service. I love our state of South Carolina, and that is the reason that I would like to seek the office.
How long did you say you've been serving on the commission?
Since 2020.
2020. I thought
Yes,
you
sir.
said 2000.
In 2020.
Great, thank you. Brief background, Ms. Christopher earned a Bachelor of Science degree in Business Management from Western Governors University in 2025. She has also earned professional certifications from the University of North Carolina, University of Oklahoma Economic Development Institute, and the University of Georgia Institute for Organization Management. She currently serves as Commissioner for the 3rd Congressional District on the South Carolina Department of Transportation Commission. She was first appointed in 2020, and her current term expires in 2028. And she served as chair of the SCDOT Commission in 2024. That same year, 2024, is when she retired from the Anderson Area Chamber of Commerce, where she served as president and CEO since 2014. She was previously employed by the Monroe Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Monroe, Wisconsin, as executive director and economic developer. The Forsyth Monroe Chamber of Commerce and Development. So that first Monroe, that was Monroe, Wisconsin, and then we're
And the
Monroe,
other-
Georgia.
Yes, Forsyth,
Okay.
Monroe County. Yes, sir, Georgia.
Executive Director of Forsyth Monroe Chamber from 2001 to 2005. The Cobb Chamber of Commerce as Director of Economic Development from 1997 to 2001, and the Spartanburg Area Chamber of Commerce as Economic Development Researcher from 1990 to 1997. Ms. Christopher currently serves on the Anderson University College of Engineering School Advisory Board, a role she's been in since 2023. She's previously served on the board of the Carolinas Association of Chamber of Commerce Executives from 2015 to 2023, where she was board chair in 2021. A background investigation indicated no criminal record, and a review of her credit report indicated no negative information. Ms. Christopher's written exam score was a 46. Ms. Christopher, are you a registered voter?
Yes, sir, I am.
In which congressional district are you registered to vote?
The 3rd Congressional District.
Why are you interested in serving on the Public Service Commission?
Absolutely, sir.
Why are you interested?
I'm very interested in it because I want to serve our state. I mean, I'm sure you have people tell you that, but I have always had a love and passion for South Carolina, and I just want to do what I can to make a difference. You know, it's at the end of the day for all of us, it's about leaving a legacy and building a better place for our children and our grandchildren, and that's what I look forward to trying to do.
If you were elected to serve, how would you envision your work schedule on a weekly basis?
Well, I will do whatever I need to understand the information to make sure that I'm diligent in trying to find out everything that I can. I've already met myself with the executive director to find out really what are the qualifications and what is the actual day. And like everybody said, I don't know that there's an actual common day, but look, I've worked so hard in the things I've done. I've always given like 60 to 80 hours a week. So my dad was retired Air Force, and he always told us, you do what it takes to get the job done. And I will do that because it's for our state of South Carolina, and our people depend on us.
Thank you. So you pretty much just answered this, but anything specific you would do to get up to speed on the issues facing the commission?
Yes, absolutely. So I've already talked with Jocelyn Boyd, the executive director, and she's talked with me about, you know, how they have dockets and things that come before us, which is very similar to what we have with the SCDOT Commission. So I feel like I'm very versed in that. If I have any questions, I can go and talk to our team, people, the staff there that might be able to help me make sure I have all the factual information I need to make decisions. But I don't hesitate to ask people information so I can make sure that I'm very prepared for the job.
If you were elected, would there be any potential conflicts of interest, financial?
No, sir,
or
none that I know
otherwise?
of.
No. What would you do if a conflict arose?
I would remove that conflict.
Are you or a member of your immediate family employed by a utility regulated by the PSC
No, sir.
within the past 2 years?
I'm sorry?
Currently or within the past 2
No,
years?
sir, not at all.
Do you or a member of your immediate family own stock or have other financial interests that are directly controlled by you in a utility regulated by the PSC?
No, sir.
Are you affiliated with any political boards, parties, or commissions that would need to be reevaluated if you were
No,
elected?
sir.
Do you belong to any organization that discriminates based on race, gender, or religion?
Absolutely not.
What is the appropriate temperament for a commissioner?
To rule impartially and to make sure that we are respectful of everyone that comes before us and that we do fact-finding to make sure that we're going by the rule of law and that we're trying to make sure that we have all the facts in front of us to make the decisions that we need to move South Carolina forward.
Are you aware that commissioners are subject to the Judicial Code of Conduct as well as state ethics laws?
Yes, sir.
Could you briefly describe the 5 canons in the Judicial Code of Conduct?
Sure. So the judicial independence and integrity, and we should always lead with that because we are an example of both the Public Service Commission and the state of South Carolina. We need to avoid any impropriety. Make sure that we're always looking at everything to have the right character and demeanor because, again, we are judged on that, whether it's personally or professionally in what we do. Also, we would need to, when we're looking at things, we need to make sure that we are looking at how we handle the day-in, day-out operations and that we don't have anything come in conflict with attending to the board, the PSC Commission. And we are to lead impartially and without bias and respect to sex, religion, national origin, age, disability. So I understand that we would need to do that. Also, we would need to make sure that we stay away from anything that would be a political place that we need to be away from. We cannot be a political person in any kind of organization. We cannot support any candidate. Support or give them any funding, and we cannot attend any political gatherings or caucus meetings.
And what's the general rule regarding ex parte communications as it relates to the public service?
Sure. As we're reviewing rate cases, we cannot have any conversation with anyone about that. That is typically just fact-finding between the staff and us, and we weigh all the facts before we make decisions. If anyone were to come and talk to us, no matter if it's someone in the legislature or someone that's just in the audience, we are to excuse ourselves and recluse ourselves from that pushback. We probably should allow our chairman to know that that's happened. I would probably tell our executive director, and if need be, if they felt we would go to ORS and let them know as well.
Does the commission regulate investor-owned utilities?
We do not.
What industries and types of businesses does the commission?
I wonder what you meant by that. So obviously we do Duke Energy, we do Dominion Energy, so we do, those come underneath us, if that's what you're talking about. I'm sorry, I'm not misunderstood. So they do come before us, yes, sir.
And what other businesses?
Piedmont Natural Gas would do that as well, and I think I said Dominion Energy as well. And those are the ones that would really come before us.
Any other industries that PSC deals with?
You know, I'm sure there could be some that do come before us, you know, and on each basis, we'll look into that. But I know that those are the particular ones that we look over as those.
What's the role of the Office of Regulatory Staff in matters before?
Sure, they're supposed to be the conduit towards the community, citizens, whether it be businesses or residents that have any concerns that's brought to us when there's any rate cases or so forth. So they're the ones that do all the investigation and have that contact with them.
What is an integrated resource plan?
Sure. So the integrated resource plan is basically like a STRAT plan that we would all have. But for the electric utilities, particularly energy consumption, they supply a report to us really to kind of go through all the findings of, you know, what they need and what's going to be the position going forward into the future for the energy demand. And, and if they are obviously looking at doing any new plants and that. So that's a 15-year plan. And then they can come to us and give us updates, annually if they want to on any progress they've had. And then every 3 years, they would kind of refine it as well. But every 15 years, they have to give a full report to us.
What are some key factors that the commission should consider in a rate case?
Obviously, all the factual information. We would want to know the people that are coming before us, all the facts, what they are seeking in the rate case, what has been the past that they have received probably on rate increases, what is their debt to capital. I would want to look at that too, to weigh that as well, and just have all the facts that I can before me to make any decisions.
In making a determination whether a utility's investment in, say, an energy efficiency program for their customers or distributed energy resources program.
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you really good. I'm so sorry.
No. In analyzing the prudency of a utility's investment in certain programs for customers, like energy efficiency programs or distributed energy resources, to what extent should the commission consider the effects of cross-subsidization on a utility's customer base?
Well, there has been that. Obviously, we have that net energy program, and that is where that's metered. And people that maybe have solar or, bio that they have to run their homes or their businesses, a lot of them have solar energy for their industries. That is energy that is built up for their demand. And then what is not utilized from that can be put back into our grid.
What are some challenges facing water and wastewater utilities that are regulated?
Yes, so obviously we want to make sure that we continue to look at the levels of our lakes and our water resources. We also want to make sure that we maintain the potability of it. And that's been a really big concern. That was one of the committees we had in our chamber, and I think we're the only one that had a water resources committee. And that really is to look over and make sure that we're looking after the citizens and the industry to make sure we have potable water and that we have long-lasting need and capacity for our people.
And what are some challenges facing regulated telecommunications companies?
So with telecommunications, obviously, broadband is going to continue to be a big effort. Y'all made many hurdles or jumped some hurdles in getting that done. And I appreciate what you did at the legislature. That really moved us forward. We had even schools that were out at about the time that COVID was happening, and the kids could not get access. I think what you guys did to remove that barrier was phenomenal. And I think we're going to have to continue to look at that broadband. There's still some areas that probably need access to that. So that's something we would probably have come before us and look at.
And just to confirm a few ethics-related matters, are you familiar with the advisory opinions issued by the review committee dealing with attendance at legislative receptions, legislative caucus meetings, and political gatherings?
Yes, sir.
Have you attended any of these functions?
No, sir.
Have you made any contributions to members of the General Assembly since filing your application?
No, sir.
Are you familiar with the 48-hour rule, which prohibits a candidate from seeking pledges for 48 hours after the screening report has been submitted to the General Assembly?
Yes, sir, I am.
Have you sought or received a pledge of support from any legislator?
No, sir, I have not.
Have you asked any third parties to contact members of the General Assembly on your behalf?
No, sir, I have not.
Are you aware of anyone who may have done so on their own?
No, sir.
If you were elected, would you serve, or do you plan to serve a full term?
I do, yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions. At this time, I would request we go into executive session pursuant to the earlier motion under section 3470.
So ordered. I'd ask that we clear the room. We're back in open session. No action was taken in executive session. We continue to have with us Ms. Pamela L. Christopher, candidate for the Public Service Commission, seat 3. I'll now entertain questions from the committee. Mr. Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Christopher, thank you very much for being here. 2 questions. First of all, what specific skill set do you think you bring to the commission?
So I have been in 34 years with Chambers of Commerce and Economic Development, and I think the business experience that I have worked on projects totaling millions of dollars of investment and thousands, and like 29,000 of jobs created over my tenure as a chamber executive in economic development. I believe having that knowledge will really help because I've always made sure that I really understood what our businesses need. And I think that's a big need. I mean, that's a big part of our citizens that we have as the businesses. They're the ones that bring a lot of investment to us. So I think that would help me for sure. Obviously, I think also being on the SCDOT Commission, we have to go through ethics training. We have to have dockets and look at things that come before us. We question things too if we are unsure about them to make sure we're making a correct factual decision and by the rule of law as well. So I think there's very similarities in that. It's obviously a piece of infrastructure like this is. So I think that I could really serve well in that capacity. And as far as confidentiality, people don't know this. I worked on the BMW project when I was at the Spartanburg Chamber as economic development researcher from 1990 to 97. And we recruited them. I was the person who answered that 12-page questionnaire from PHH Fanis. And no one knew who we were announcing until we got to Greenville-Spartanburg International Airport. And I've always been proud of that because that was, to me, and the upstate, a big change, towards bringing other suppliers and really helping our growth. And I understand what we need to do in the piece of economic development and making sure we have a strong economy for the state of South Carolina. So I would love that opportunity to do what I can to make a difference there.
Second thing, just you live in Anderson.
Yes, sir.
This is a full-time job here in Columbia.
Yes, sir.
Is that an issue for you?
No, sir, not at all. And I'm ready and prepared to put in the work that it needs to have. Yes, sir.
Other questions? So how do you balance reliable and affordable electricity for the citizens, for the residents, and the need for energy and data centers to provide the proper amount of technology opportunities for our
So
citizens?
I just looked at something today that came out, or actually early in this morning, probably around 3 or 4, and it's the ICF group. They're a group of experts that do give information on demand and energy. They are saying that from 23 to 25, we had an amazing uptick on the demand we had on our grid. They're saying that we're going to have 8 times the amount nationwide on what is needed for our grid. I would always look at what comes before us from whether it be citizens or from the rate cases that we have. But, honestly, to have the grid be what it needs to be, we had Texas have outages, and that was really scary. And I think it put a lot of people that were looking at maybe having investment and growth, like a halt to that. And I think there's an opportunity for us to really shine. We've got a lot of people, we all know, they're wanting to move here to South Carolina. They know that, we're the #1 place everybody's moving to. And now they know what we all have known, right? So it's a great place to do and to do business. But as these people are moving, they own industries too, or businesses. And that very well may have additional capacity that is required, and obviously investment that we'll have that will help our economy for the state. So again, I will always look at everything that brings every piece of it, again, to look at the capital, the debt from the companies that come before us, but also look what the need is, because we don't want to be in a position like Texas was, where they lost capacity, because when you do that, you lose really the respect, and obviously the people that have that demand and need for that demand, they feel like they're not going to have that demand always that they need and require. So I think it's very important that we look at that.
Following up on Mr. Edwards' question regarding being a full-time job, are there any other sources of income that you have or
No, sir.
be impacted if you were selected?
No, and I would be able to, because if I get this position, if y'all honor me with that, I would turn in my resignation to the SCDOT Commission and be full-time with you, and that would be my full-time job. And again, I'm ready to put in whatever work it takes to get the job done.
I will note on one of your letters from Anderson County, from Mr. Burns, who's the county administrator, talks about during your tenure at the chamber, made significant strides in advancing our Chamber of Commerce and has been a strength for our business community and leaders throughout the region. So I think certainly that.
Yeah, I mean, that's, and I appreciate that he said that. It's real important to me, and I know one of the letters you received as well is one of the industries that I helped in our community, which I've helped several. But, when they came to me, I said, what do you need? They had concerns with tariffs, and that was back, 8 years ago. And so I said, well, what is your concern? And they said, hey, here's what's holding us up. It's making us where we're going to have a problem, with it moving forward and growing because it's really hurting our business. And I said, well, can you get me those tariffs and what is impacting you? And they did. And he said, first he said, what do you want that for? And I said, because I'm going to try to, act on your behalf. So I called our mayor at the city of Anderson. I called Rusty Burns at the county. I got them to do letters of support. I did it to the United States Chamber of Commerce and the Department of Commerce at the U.S. level and our local state chamber and also the Department of Commerce locally. And that turned around for them. And they said they would never forget that. And I will tell you, both of them had worked at chambers before. I believe it was the Charlotte Chamber. They said, Pam, we have never had a chamber exec go to the mat for us. And we won't ever forget that. And I believe that's important. We need to do everything we can to really help our businesses and our people advance. And so that's important to me.
Other questions? Yes, sir. Senator Hunt.
How much more time is in your term?
I'm sorry, can you speak? I'm sorry.
How much longer is in your term on the commission?
Sure. It is through 2008. But, I have talked with the secretary, and if I do, I've already talked with him that I would need to resign my seat. He understands that. But they are waiting to see because if for some reason I did not make it, then I've been asked if I would continue to serve my term out, and I absolutely would because I believe in our state and I want to do what I can. But I'm hopeful that this position will come forward for me.
Thank you.
I feel like I'm led for this position. I really do.
No other questions? This concludes this part of the screening. However, I do want to remind you of the criteria and that pursuant to what we expect as a candidate, the spirit as well as the letter of the state's ethics laws.
Yes, sir.
Further, any violation or appearance of impropriety on your part would be deemed extremely very serious and potentially requiring us to call you back for further questions. Do you understand this?
Yes, I understand that, sir. Yes.
Thank you. Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank
Have a
you
good
all.
afternoon.
I hope you have a great day, and I'm so sorry y'all are missing lunch to see all of us through. I know you're probably starving. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Sorry.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So we have now our next candidate. Again, we're going to Congressional District Number 7. And before us is Mr. Clint Elliott.
Yes, sir.
If you would raise your right hand so I could do the oath. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. If you'd state your name and address for the record, please.
Clint Allen Elliott, 640 Swale Avenue, Murrells Inlet, South Carolina, 29576.
Mr. John has some background information, and we'll go over some questions with you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Elliott, before I jump into that, is there any opening statement you would like to make briefly?
Briefly, I'd just like to thank all the members for allowing me this opportunity. It's one that I've looked at for a long time now, and during my service as a state employee, I'm hoping to do this on a broader canvas.
Great, thank you. A brief background: Mr. Elliott earned a Bachelor's of Science in Microbiology from Clemson University in 1993. Currently, he works as lab superintendent for the Grand Strand Water and Sewer Authority, where he's been employed since 2006. Mr. Elliott previously worked as a chemist and lab supervisor for the City of Myrtle Beach Surface Water Treatment Facility from 1998 to 2006. Prior to that, he was at DHEC. He was a microbiologist in the Analytical Services Division of Environmental Microbiology from 1995 to 98, and also microbiologist in the Newborn Screening Division from 94 to 95. Also, while attending Clemson, Mr. Elliott worked as a computer technical services student supervisor in the Consulting and Technical Services Department. In January of 2023, Mr. Elliott was elected to Georgetown County Council, where he has served as chair since January of 2025. He was also appointed to the State Drought Response Committee representing the Northeast Drought Management Area for the municipalities in 2020. He is a board member of the Waccamaw chapter of the Coastal Conservation Association, and he's a member of a number of professional waterworks associations as an employee of the Grand Strand Water and Sewer Authority. A background investigation indicated no criminal record, and a review of his credit report indicated no negative information. On the written exam, Mr. Elliott scored a 71. Mr. Elliott, are you a registered voter?
Yes, sir.
In which congressional district are you registered to vote?
District 7.
Why are you interested in serving on the Public Service Commission?
Well, I started my career after Clemson University. I spent 5 years there. I moved to Columbia to work for DHEC, as was stated. Began my state service there, lasted for about 5 years there, moved back to closer to my family, back in Myrtle Beach. Started continuing it there with the waterworks, and I've been there ever since. Just wanted to expand upon my experience and help the state of South Carolina on a broader canvas.
If elected to serve as a commissioner, how would you envision your work schedule on a weekly basis?
On a weekly basis, probably a lot like what I'm doing right now. Technically, I guess I work 2 jobs. I get up about 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm at my first job, which is Grand Strand Water and Sewer, about 3:30, quarter to 4. I'll work there till about 1:30 in the afternoon, go home, do any kind of meetings I have to have as chairman of county council, any special meetings or any kind of, right now it's Christmas parties. Everybody's celebrating, so sometimes it's lunch in the afternoons and parties at night kind of thing. But usually I do a lot of reading of emails for county council for things that are coming up. We have, I don't know if you know, Georgetown County is in the process of a complete change right now. We lost 2 of our major employers in the steel mill and the paper mill, and we're dealing with that right now, trying to develop that area and working with a developer to kind of bring that area back to life and give it new life. So I don't imagine this job will be much much easier. It's going to be a lot of reading, a lot of research, a lot of questions, and I look forward to the challenge.
If you were elected, how do you expect to get up to speed on the issues facing the commission?
Lots and lots and lots of reading, pre-filed testimonies, just looking at the cases coming up on the docket. DMS, looking at those, a lot of the institutes like the National NAROC, the National Association for not Realtors, but just the different professional organizations, just gleaning as much material from them as possible. Also, working with the other commissioners and with staff to kind of get up on issues current and forthcoming.
If you were elected, would there be any potential conflicts of interest, financial or otherwise, with your service on the commission?
No, sir.
What would you do if a conflict arose?
If a conflict of interest arose while I was a sitting commissioner, I'd have to disclose that to the State Ethics Commission during your statement of economic interest. And then if something arose while I was a seated commissioner, just have to detail it in written form, give it to the chairman of the Public Service Commission so they can enter it into the record, and then recuse myself from any discussions or deliberations on the subject matter.
Thank you. Staying on the conflict subject, are you or a member of your immediate family employed by a utility regulated by the PSC, that being currently or within the past 2 years?
No, sir.
Do you or a member of your immediate family own stock or have other financial interests that are directly controlled by you in a utility that's regulated by the PSC?
No, sir.
Are you affiliated with any political parties, boards, or commissions that would need to be reevaluated if you were elected?
The State Drought Response Committee, I would have to resign from that, also from the County Council.
Do you belong to any organization that discriminates based on race, religion, or gender?
No, sir.
What is the appropriate temperament for a commissioner?
Slow to anger, quick to listen, someone who is open to all ideas, focused, but decisive when it needs to be.
Are you aware that commissioners are subject to the Judicial Code of Conduct as well as state ethics laws?
Yes, sir.
Could you briefly describe the 5 canons in the Judicial Code of Conduct?
A commissioner should uphold the integrity and independence of the judiciary, fulfill your obligations diligently and fairly, avoid impropriety, avoid or manage your extracurricular activities, and avoid improper political activity. I believe the spirit of these is so that the public can have full faith and confidence in the commissioners, so to be diligent, fair, and impartial, unbiased, and not have any sort of bias or impartiality towards anyone that may come before them. They should be like this personally and professionally at all times.
How would you explain the general rule regarding ex parte communications as it relates to the Public Service Commission?
As it relates to PSC, any matter that is before the commission or may reasonably come before the commission in the future should not be discussed outside the parties to that matter.
What are the industries, types of businesses that are regulated by the PSC?
The rates for investor-owned electric and natural gas utilities, the PSC sets those. They also set some rates for some telecommunications companies. The privately owned water and wastewater utilities, they set rates for those, as well as for hire carry of household goods and hazardous waste for disposal, as well as taxicabs.
What's the role of the Office of Regulatory Staff in matters before the commission?
They act for the advocate. They are they're the representative for the people. They represent the people before the Public Service Commission.
What's an integrated resource plan?
It's a 15-year utilities long-range plan for meeting the demand needs for customer service. It's a long-range plan to meet the needs of the customer service through demand side and supply side management resources. It's filed, it's about 15-year plan filed every 3 years, updated annually.
What are some key factors a commissioner should consider in a rate case?
In a rate case, are the rates for the services fair and reasonable? What are the quality of those services? And is the return on investment for the investors, stockholders fair?
When judging or determining whether a utility's investment in a customer program like energy efficiency program, solar distributed energy resource program, and determining whether or not that's a prudent investment, how should the commission consider cross-subsidization among a utility's customers?
When considering those things, I think the cross-subsidization actually brings up several issues. If the commission should look and make sure that one group of customers is not unduly burdened by another. Basically, they should not subsidize rates for one group who will have to basically cover that cost of service for another. It could actually involve the free market. They could use the subsidized rates to skew the market. They use the savings from the utilities to downgrade their, or at least cut the price of their commodities.
What are some challenges facing regulated water wastewater companies?
Right now, there are a lot of challenges. There are a lot of FDA and EPA rules or EPA rules that are coming down, especially in regards to PFAS and PFOA. I know a lot of the water companies right now are suing the different manufacturers right now because this settlement that was offered sounds like a lot of money. However, when you have to do the ongoing costs of what it's going to cost to take those type chemicals out of the water, it's not going to touch the what would be needed to actually do that. So there's a lot of that. It's going to cause some of your smaller utilities to seek larger utilities to help them out, if not absorb them. They'll have to start at least having partnerships with them, which is going to incur infrastructure charges because they have to do tie-ins, things of that nature. There's just a lot of stuff coming down from the feds right now that we're looking at, or as an industry we're looking at, and trying to work our way through it now.
What are some challenges facing regulated telecommunications utilities?
I think a lot of it regulated is coming through the use of cell phones. Everybody has a cell phone nowadays. There aren't that many landlines left. So the cost of a landline is actually higher. Unfortunately, the landlines are the last line of, or not line of defense, but the last line for the Universal Service Fund. That's our last bit of communication for the less fortunate. So I think it's coming down to we're going to have higher rates on our bills to cover those type things.
Thank you. And then just a few housekeeping items. Are you familiar with the advisory opinions issued by the review committee dealing with attendance at legislative receptions, legislative caucus meetings, and political gatherings?
Yes, sir.
Have you attended any of these functions since you've submitted your application?
No, sir.
Have you made any contributions to members of the General Assembly since submitting your application?
No, sir.
Are you familiar with the 48-hour rule, which prohibits a candidate from seeking pledges for 48 hours after the screening report has been submitted to the General Assembly?
Yes, sir.
Have you sought or received a pledge of support from any legislator?
No, sir.
Have you asked any third parties to contact members of the General Assembly on your behalf?
No, sir.
Are you aware of any that may have done so on their own accord?
No, sir.
If you're elected, do you plan to serve a full term?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions. At this time, I would request we go into executive session pursuant to the committee's prior motion under Section 3470.
So ordered. I'd ask the room to be cleared.
Yes, sir.
This is a full-time job located in Columbia. Is that an issue for you?
No, sir.
So, so how would you balance the need of reliable and affordable electricity for our residents versus the need on the side of, let's say, data centers or other high-use energy demand businesses or industry from that aspect of making sure that we have the type of capacity that we need here in South Carolina from a Public Service Commission standpoint?
From a service commissioner or public service commission aspect of it, I know data centers, I think we all are aware that data centers are coming hard and fast on us. I think some of the areas they're looking at putting data centers need to be evaluated for water and infrastructure and power needs. If there is one disagreeable, I think the data center should have to contribute significantly to the infrastructure grid. I would also like for them to have their own power source. I know that's the two drains that they put the most work on would be the water and also the electricity. So I think the siting those would need to be evaluated very carefully, looked at the surrounding areas, and we would have to evaluate those on an individual basis.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Elliott, quick question.
Yes, sir.
When you think about rate increases that are requested by different utilities, what are the key factors that you think that you should decide in determining whether to give a rate increase?
Is it economically justified? I think would be one of the biggest questions. Also, would that rate unduly hinder another class of customer? Well, look at the cost for benefit received versus the cost incurred. Make sure that each class pays their own fair share of the rates that they're given. Those type things.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Chairman
Sir.
Herb Kurzman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Based on your current employment, how will you ensure that you serve as an impartial decision maker on the commission?
On the Public Service Commission? It's very, very easy. It's kind of like being on the county council. You have to put your friendships aside and look at the facts, and you base your decisions on that versus your heart. Sometimes you know things that other people don't know, but you can't let those affect your decisions. You have to look at the facts and do what's best for everyone.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Other questions? Senator
Chairman.
Rankin. Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. I appreciate your being there today, and forgive me for not. I'm reminded of your campaign or candidacy 5+ years ago when you were found qualified by this committee. I think I'm correct, you withdrew before the election. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. When you're talking, look into the mic, not into the screen, okay?
Yes, sir.
I can barely hear you. My apologies. I'm curious, not the second time is the charm, perhaps it will be, but tell me why you are doing this again.
I think the Public Service Commission is a vital part of the South Carolina, and it's going to impact the entire future for the state of South Carolina, and I just want to be a part of that. I've done lots of good things with my water issues and my water background. I think now it's time to take those and as well as expand those experiences and try to help people on a broader canvas.
And I heard your testimony about what you've got, and congratulations on being the chairman of Georgetown Council. Our condolences, I guess, too. And I'm excited about what you guys have there to work with, and hope that we as a state will help y'all, help us there. Would this, if you were successful, would this affect your ability to serve on county council?
Yes, sir. I'd have to resign from county council.
Okay. And then your work with the Grand Strand Water and Sewer Authority, that likewise would have to end too?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay. And that too may be a hallelujah moment with all that y'all have worked through with the growth that we've got down here. I'm curious in terms of what's different now with the landscape, and what you see that would be required of you if you're successful, that is different from 2020, other than the obvious perhaps of our energy renaissance that we're undergoing here?
It's a big, right now we've got a lot of, you guys approved the Santee Cooper Dominion plant in Colleton County. So we've got some areas, Georgetown County specifically has some energy deficits, I believe. Santee Cooper still has that coal-fired plant. They haven't sunset that one yet. I know they were looking potentially at a natural gas line to do sort of what they were doing at Colleton County. I believe that I can still be of service to Georgetown County in that capacity, not as an advocate, but just as a general person to look out for the industries that are coming.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Further questions? Okay, that concludes this portion of the screening process. I do want to remind you, Mr. Elliott, of the criteria and of the state ethics laws, and we expect you as a candidate to follow the spirit as well as the letter of those state ethics laws, and any violation or appearance of impropriety on your part would be deemed very seriously and certainly very potentially requiring us to call you back for further questions. Do you understand this?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your service on the county council and your willingness to serve here and for your time today.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
A review of Mr. Moss's credit report indicated no negative information. His written exam score was a 74. Mr. Moss, are you a registered voter?
Yes,
In what congressional district are you registered to vote?
in the 7th.
Why are you interested in serving on the Public Service Commission?
Well, as I mentioned briefly in my opening statement, I think I've got to make a change pretty soon in my practice based on my primary, I mean, I have 10 employees in my office, but I have one I've relied on since I started practicing law in 1998. And for some health-related reasons in her family, she's ready to retire. In fact, she worked for a lawyer for 20 years before she became my employee. So she's had a career of it. And so I've got to start over in that regard. I also feel like, you know, by the time that I invest the time that it takes to train someone, I'll be at the end of my career in another 5 or 10 years. Because you don't just hire. In the Horry County area, we're having a hard time finding a real estate paralegal talent that has some seasoning and some experience. And so if I spend 5 to 10 years training another paralegal, it's going to be training them for somebody else, really. So I think it's a good time for me to make a change. And when I looked at the alternatives, based on my utility background, I thought this was a good place to serve. And quite frankly, I think it's a role that because of my engineering background and also my legal background, I thought I could combine those two and provide good service to this committee.
If you were elected to serve as a commissioner, how do you envision your weekly work schedule?
Well, initially, I'd have to have some transition period to wind down some cases I've got pending litigation. But my goal would be within a few months to try to hand off those cases to other attorneys in my firm or hand off those cases to other firms. And then my weekly work schedule would be, as the job demands. When I talked to a staff attorney with the commission a couple of years back before I decided to run, she explained to me that a lot of this job was done remotely, but there were times when you had to be in Columbia for hearings, and I was fine with that, and I'm fine with the remote work. I would probably set up, either in my current office or in the office at my home, a remote connectivity location to serve. And so I'm a pretty early riser, so I would be full-time ready to vote to this job starting very quickly into my service after a wind-down period. I've continued to take cases, so I have some that are not very old cases that I'll have to work through. And then I have some that are pending in the courts of appeals that'll wind down over the next few months, I anticipate. So to answer your question, I anticipate my work week to be, responsive to the demands of this job, whether it's full-time or whether it's, in Columbia or remotely. My understanding is a good bit of it would be done remotely.
You mentioned you have some affairs you might need to wind down. How would you expect to get up to speed on specific issues that are facing the commission?
You mean with the commission?
Right, on matters that are before the commission or likely to come before.
Well, I was reviewing the calendar of it even as much as today, and my intention will be to watch remotely hearings before the committee and become familiar with what's pending now. I don't know that I could be read into actual applications on some of the material. The public material I certainly would read on pending matters, but some of it may not be made public.
If elected, so as mentioned, you're general counsel for Horry Electric Cooperative. If you were elected, would there be any potential conflicts of interest associated with that role or any other?
There could be potential conflicts of interest that would arise seldom. And right now the electric cooperatives are not regulated by the commission, but Central Electric Cooperative is. And there are certain matters from time to time that arise that have to have the commission's approval. For example, recently, Horry Electric Cooperative and Santee Cooper realigned some of the boundaries of their service areas, and they did so for their own respective reasons to promote operational efficiency. and in some cases, so Horry Electric could serve its own locations. That required, not from the cooperative side, but from Santee Cooper side, that required approval from the commission. Now, that's happened twice in the history of Horry Electric, so that's not a situation that would arise often. Certainly, if that something like that arose and the cooperative I was affiliated with was directly affected, I would have to recuse myself from that consideration. But again, that's arisen twice in the history of Horry Electric Cooperative, over 75 years. The reality is my role for Horry Electric Cooperative, while I was aware that was going on, I had no role in it, okay? And for example, when Horry Electric Cooperative has to provide its facilities information to Central so that Central could file its or coordinate with Santee Cooper for its integrated resource plan, I had no role in that either. And so my role as general counsel was to make sure others were getting that done, but I have no review role of it or no participation in it. And so the likelihood that a conflict of interest would arise is very remote. But obviously we'd have to be cognizant of that, and either on my own motion or on the motion of a party, I would have to recuse myself if and when it ever surfaced.
Are you technically an employee of Horry Electric Cooperative?
I am not. I'm not.
Are you or a member of your immediate family employed by a utility that's regulated by the PSC now or within the past 2 years?
No, sir.
Do you or a member of your immediate family own stock or other financial interests that you directly control in regulated utilities?
So I do have some stock, and my wife has some stock in Duke Energy. That stock was actually inherited CP&L stock from my grandmother, and we've added to it over the years. And of course, CP&L became Progress, and Progress became Duke. And so I do have that in my retirement portfolio, and I think copies of that were provided with my application. As far as active management, I don't have any management of it. It's just a stock portfolio that's part of my retirement package. I think there are some other utilities in there that are not in South Carolina that are regulated perhaps by other states, but Duke is the only one I'm aware of in this state. And I wish I could tell you it was a more significant holding, but from Duke's standpoint, it's very minimal.
If you were elected, would you need to make any disposition of that stock, the Duke stock?
I mean, I certainly could, because it's in a retirement plan. We've got some in a Roth IRA from myself and from my wife. I could certainly dispose of that and then, invest that in another utility that's not regulated in South Carolina, and would be willing to do that. It's a pretty good stock. It pays a pretty good dividend, but it's not the best return stock that I have. I primarily held on to it because it's something my grandmother left to me.
You reported that you're a registered lobbyist for Horry Electric Cooperative, but you mentioned that you don't really engage in lobbying activity. Is that correct?
Well, it depends on what you call lobbying activity, and that's the reason I'm registered. Horry Electric has a lobbyist, a full-time employee that works for Horry Electric, who is registered as their lobbyist. But because I have a relationship with numerous members of the House and the Senate that derives from my law practice, and occasionally I would have conversations with them, and Horry Electric does host a dinner once a year where we invite delegation members to come dine with us. We elected out of an abundance of caution that I should register as a lobbyist because we didn't want to run afoul of any rules. But in my role as a lobbyist, I've never hosted an event. I've attended some events in conjunction with Horry Electric's primary lobbyist. My returns that I file with the State Ethics Commission are always zero returns for expenditures by me. And so I am registered as a lobbyist in an abundance of caution. I anticipate that I would have to withdraw that registration if I were a successful candidate here.
Thank you. Are you affiliated with any political parties, boards, or commissions that would need to be reevaluated if you were elected?
No, sir.
Do you belong to any organization that discriminates based on race, religion, or gender?
No, sir.
How would you describe the appropriate temperament for a commissioner?
Well, I think it needs to be judicial, and it needs to be, whoever the chairman is needs to be able to run a meeting, but they certainly need to be respectful of the input of all of the witnesses who are offering testimony. But it is sworn testimony that's being provided, and the decorum needs to be respected. I've served that role in boards in the past when I was served as president of a association. In fact, one of the things I listed was in my disclosure of litigation, I was appointed by the court, the circuit court in South Carolina, to serve on a nonprofit association of homeowners. That turned out to be a punishment, I think, but I was on it for 5 years, and they weren't getting along, so they needed a fifth board member. The court appointed me, and they immediately made me president. And so I had to preside over many roomfuls of angry homeowners who were, the reason I was there was because they were already in litigation and not getting along. And so I think it's probably a lot more lively in a meeting like that than the commission would have to experience. But someone does need to be the presiding officer who runs the room, and they do need to make sure within reason that everybody has their opportunity to speak and offer their exhibits and offer their testimony. And someone does have to apply the applicable rules of evidence to make decisions. And so I'm not sure if that's responsive to your question fully or not.
Yes, thank you. Please briefly describe the 5 canons in the Judicial Code of Conduct.
Well, I can't recite them by canon number, but I know as judicial officers, you're not allowed to engage in political activity, okay? You're not allowed to fundraise for political activity. I know you're supposed to avoid conflicts of interest or activity that could give the appearance of conflicts of interest. I know you're not supposed to serve as a character witness for anybody as a judicial officer, because that's something that judges are not allowed to do. Full-time judges are not allowed to practice law, okay? And this is a quasi-judicial role, as I understand it, and, you know, I'm going to need a little guidance from the commission's attorney on that, but what I see is, I don't intend to practice law once I wind down my law practice, but it is a little bit different role than you might see for a family court judge or a circuit judge or appellate court judge, and so there's a canon about that. And so that's something I have to get guidance on from the commission's attorney. But I bring that up because we have a lot of judges that are not full-time judges in South Carolina. We see some probate judges, we see some municipal judges, we see some magistrate judges that also serve other roles. And so those canons that apply to judges don't exactly apply to those judicial spots. And so to be honest with you, I need some help with that. I think I've gotten them all.
Please briefly explain the general rule regarding ex parte communications as it relates to commissioners.
Well, the general rule is you can't have it. There are some permissible ex parte communications when there's a request made for that and they're properly noticed for that. And I noticed that's one that just came up on the commission's calendar from Walmart, where they wanted to talk about their own proprietary demand-side management program. And so if you're going to have an ex parte conversation, it has to be a written request on the forms promulgated by the commission. If you receive an ex parte communication that's improper, the commissioner's obligation is to report that. Or if a complaint's made, that has to be investigated by the LJ. And so the general rule is you don't have them, if that's what you're asking.
Thank you. What are the industries that are regulated by the Public Service Commission?
Well, certainly the electric utility industry, because that's what I'm the most familiar with. Some of the water and sewer companies, I wish some of the municipal water and sewer companies might offer better service if they were regulated, but they're not now. There's some transportation industries that are regulated. Some rail, as I read. I don't want to profess to know more about that than I do, but a lot of the rail systems are federally regulated, but South Carolina has its component of it.
What is the role of the Office of Regulatory Staff in matters before the Commission?
Well, what they publish is to secure, to regulate rates and services for the consuming public in South Carolina. What I would like to see as a part and parcel of that is a decided interest in new generation in South Carolina and new transmission in South Carolina for the electric utility industry, because we are greatly lacking in that area.
What is an integrated resource plan?
So an integrated resource plan is something that controlling authorities are required to submit every 3 years. And they submit that to include their 15-year outlook of demand for electricity and also their resources for being able to provide that demand, whether it's their mix of coal or hydro or wind or solar or nuclear. And it's a plan. And, the IOUs have to update it annually, but it's a 3-year plan. Where the cooperatives are involved in that is they participate with Central Electric Cooperative. And so my cooperative doesn't have any generation or transmission facilities to add to it. But anything that we do have in terms of load gets provided to, our load forecast gets provided to Central Electric Cooperative, and they provide it in conjunction with Santee Cooper's Integrated Resource Plan. And so it's a plan. And I think it was Patton that said planning is invaluable, but a plan itself is not so valuable.
What are some key factors that a commissioner should consider in a rate case?
Well, one of the things we wrestle with in rates is that every consumer of electricity is a little differently situated. And if you don't pay attention to that, you can have different classes of consuming members if you're a cooperative, or consuming customers if you're talking about the IOU. I mean, you can actually have them inadvertently subsidizing other customers. And so you try to safeguard against that, and that's part of your rate policy. We have seen in recent years a great outpouring of complaints about the 3-part rate that Oriole Electric just went to. We're the third cooperative in South Carolina that just went to that rate, and it was designed to be a very revenue neutral plan. And as it turns out, about 60% of our members have saved money on it, and about 40% have spent a little bit more money. But in those conversations, it was very, the cliche we use is the little lady at the end of the mile, that we want to make sure that in paying for her power at her home or her mobile home, that she's not subsidizing some industrial customer that wants to come in, or some large business that wants to come in. And so that's a very much of an important consideration in rate structuring, is to see that everybody's treated fairly, because some consumers do cost more in the way of infrastructure investment than others.
That was actually my next question regarding cross-subsidization. As a commissioner, if you're judging the prudency of a utilities investment, say in an energy efficiency program, to what extent should cross-subsidization be a factor in your decision?
Well, I think I like to think of when you can get more than one objective satisfied at the same time, it sometimes is a good thing. For example, if y'all in the State House here vote to subsidize some industry that's coming in by building infrastructure, by building a new intersection or building a new highway or building a rail spur, that of course is good for that utility or the industry that's trying to come in and is making the request. But if that plan doesn't work out exactly like that requester plans, exactly like our legislature plans, you still have the infrastructure, and the infrastructure is still there to serve the next industry. So you try to look for downstream benefits for everyone in the public interest. It's not fair for the little lady at the end of the line to subsidize a big commercial development. That is clear. But what you do see is, I was at a national conference with electric utilities, and I spoke to some of the co-op members from out in Utah, where the state park is, where the Arches is. And one of the problems they were having is they could not get, a transmission line, not a new transmission line. They couldn't get an existing line rebuilt to a higher capacity, and so they were really suffering from that. Well, when you have to rebuild infrastructure to meet higher demands, i.e. transmission, or you have to build a generating unit, or you have to build a new substation, everybody's got to contribute to that. And that little lady at the end of the line has to contribute to that too. But she doesn't need to do it in an inordinate fashion.
Thank you. What are some challenges facing regulated water wastewater companies?
Aging infrastructure is a big one. And, particularly with wastewater treatment plants, a lot of ours are pretty old. A lot of our wells are old. Our population is growing, of course, and those things don't align with each other. And so I think, some of our wastewater plants need to be replaced with larger capacity units. We need additional units to supplement what's there. That, of course, brings right-of-way acquisition problems. That, of course, brings, because nobody wants it. No consumer wants to have that transmission line or that sewer line running across their property if they can avoid it. You know, within, I shouldn't say no. Most do not want that. Most don't want to be bothered by it. So when you have to build new infrastructure, you've got to get right-of-way. You've got to get funding. A lot of that funding sometimes is federal funding. And there's a challenge in meeting the criteria for federal funding. And so it's a big problem. Recently, I think, was your question solely about wastewater, or did you include water?
Water, wastewater, yes, sir.
Well, so water is a big problem with water systems lately, particularly the municipal water systems, is we had to do the lead abatement studies. And we've got a timeline to get, this is a little bit dated because I haven't been city attorney for a couple of years, but we have stringent timelines on abating that lead in the water systems. And so funding for that, location for that, construction for that is a problem. We had a little, at least when I was city attorney for Loris, we were the benefactor of some of the COVID stimulus monies, and that helped us get a head start on some of it, but there's a lot of it in the ground to be done. And some of those water systems, they have its unmetered water that meets or exceeds their metered water. So those are certainly problems that they face.
And what about some challenges facing regulated telecommunications companies?
Well, they also have the right-of-way issues. A number of years ago, they were lobbying the State House here to try to force some of the electric cities to allow them to share space on their utility poles. And so that's a problem for them. But I think technology might be their biggest problem because they make tremendous investments, only to learn they become obsolete in a relatively short period of time for utilities. Utility assets usually have a long shelf life. They don't so much in telecommunications industries. And I mean, for example, with the cellular systems now were proliferated through towers primarily. Well, now, you know, one of my acquaintances who's a cell tower, contractor who built many of them says he hadn't built one in 3 or 4 years, and he doesn't know when he'll build another one. It's because the technology's changing, despite all those, hundreds of millions of dollars spent in infrastructure. And that's a big problem for telecommunications companies.
And then a few housekeeping items as we wrap up, at least with my portion here. Are you familiar with the advisory opinions issued by the review committee dealing with attendance at legislative receptions, legislative caucus meetings, and political gatherings?
No, I'm not. I'm aware that the canons include, if you look at the comments to the canons, they, advise against a lot of activity that could be questionable in terms of that, but I'm not aware of those advisory opinions.
Well, have you attended any legislative receptions, legislative caucus meetings, or political gatherings since you've submitted your application?
No, sir. The last legislative gathering that I attended was here on the State House grounds when we had Co-op Day in February. I attended that right here between these two buildings last February, and that's the last time I attended a legislative function.
Have you made any contributions to members of the General Assembly since filing your application?
I have not, and that, by the way, is one of the benefits of being a registered lobbyist.
Are you familiar with the 48-hour rule, which prohibits a candidate from seeking pledges for 48 hours after the screening report has been submitted to the General Assembly?
I am.
Have you sought or received a pledge of support from any legislator prior to this date?
I have not.
Have you asked any third parties to contact members of the General Assembly on your behalf?
I have not.
Are you aware of any that may have done so on their own?
I'm not aware of anybody that's done that certainly not on my request, but I don't think they've done it at all. The person that I will talk about is Representative Bailey, is a personal friend of mine. I met him when I represented him in a case, 15 years ago. And so I talk with him fairly frequently, so he knows I've submitted an application here. And I have made him aware of those particular rules, that he's not allowed to seek any commitment from any other lawmaker until this committee has deemed me to be qualified or not qualified. And so I don't think he's done that, but he's the only lawmaker that I routinely talk to. And so I've never discussed with him directly whether or not I had his commitment. I assume I would because he and I are personal friends, but I haven't asked and wouldn't ask.
If you're elected, do you plan to serve a full term?
I do.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions, so this time I'll request that we go into executive session pursuant to the committee's prior motion under Section 3470.
So ordered. I'd ask the room to be clear.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. There were no decisions made during the executive session. Are there any further questions from the committee? Okay.
Yes.
Not-
Mr. Chairman, if you will, please.
Yes, sir. Mr.
I
Rankin?
apologize. Thank you. Mr. Moss, Ken, I know you well, and I just want to comment about a couple of things here in terms of your coming to this point. At your opening remarks, you invoked the transition in your professional career based on the loss of a key man, or more accurately, a key woman. And I know how that is, and it's a blessing to have great key people. And so, man, when you lose them, it does make you kind of reassess. So I want to, I guess, more acutely have you tell in the record who that person is, so that forever with this transcript, they'll know who we're talking about.
Sure. Her name is Renee Baxley. She's been with me since 2001 when I opened my own practice in Horry County.
Okay. And two, noteworthy to me in your PDQ, there's some consideration of this. How do you get both a law degree and a electrical engineering degree at the same time?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, I had started working on my master's degree in engineering prior to attending law school. And so for me, it was just adding a couple courses during my law school career to finish it. So I completed that task while I was in law school. But I had started it, back when I worked with Santee Cooper and lived in Moncks Corner.
Okay. And you were, I don't know that I've ever seen a resume with a dual degree at the same time, notwithstanding what work went before. So that is certainly noteworthy. And then you just touched on something else. You worked 6 years with Santee Cooper, I believe, correct?
I did, and I worked with Santee Cooper through my law school career. We transitioned my workload, and I went from a full-time employee with Santee Cooper to a part-time status. And one of the roles that I had at Santee Cooper in operational planning was I was part of what they call a VAST study group, and it was a group that met twice a year. Interconnected utilities met twice a year to study the upcoming peak loading in either the winter peak or the respective summer peak. And we ran algorithms to identify contingencies on any of the interconnected systems in transmission or generation or both. We studied single contingencies and double contingencies, and we developed operating procedures for our respective system controllers. If you're in peak loading and this happens either on our system or another system, you need to know about this. This is your workaround. And so I continued that role while I was in law school because that's work that did not require time and place constraints. I just had to have an upcoming study report for the winter peak and for the summer peak. And so I continued that role during law school. And so, as I mentioned, Santee Cooper was very good to me. I was on the payroll, albeit in a part-time capacity, through my law school experience. And a little bit after I graduated from law school. And then I made I like to say I lost the election, but what happened during those years is Governor Hodges beat Governor Beasley, and then things at Santee Cooper changed, and so my deal kind of changed. And Santee Cooper said, "Come on back, your desk is still here." And I had just finished law school, and I said, "Well, I don't think I'm going to do exactly that," and sometimes I regret that decision.
All right, let me tack to the your sense of what you hear and your description of what you see the workload, and whether Zooming or virtual as I am doing today, or in person, and with the good graces of President Alexander and no one else there greatly objecting, in fact, probably preferring that I not be there. Thus, I won't talk much more than I am now. In this role as the Public Service Commission, we have heard countless folks tell us at PERC that the physical presence of a commission member is important and more necessary than they ever imagined. And such that the idea of working remotely and attending only at times of hearings may not be practical. And so if that were your epiphany as well, in terms of your ability to physically be at the job, at the office, not just for hearings, but for staff meetings with council, with et cetera, how do you see yourself being able to fulfill the physical present requirements of this job?
So I rather think it would be much like you members of the House and Senate do. Y'all come to Columbia and you're here 2 to 3 days a week. About every week you're in session. And I would envision, and I'm prepared to do something akin to that by finding an apartment up here or lodging up here. But I do, my understanding from talking to some of the staff attorneys with the commission was that one of the problems they had is the studying and the reading of the submittals, okay? And that's certainly something that needs to be done in a lonely and quiet time. And so to the extent that it had to be done here for committee meetings or for other staff meetings, I have no problem being here. I would not intend to relocate my residence here. I would not intend to be here full time. But if it required a commitment for a few days a week, I'm willing to do that. Much like my lawmaker friends do.
Okay. And if it required more than that, more than your lawmaker friends would want to do, if it required 4 days a week, maybe in any week's time, would that be doable by you?
It would not be my preference, but it would be doable.
All right. And your work experience, your education, your interests make you eminently qualified. I don't have any reservations about your pedigree here, and obviously a quick study. I'm curious, have you ever watched or attended a Public Service Commission hearing?
I have not attended one in person. I have watched.
Okay. And not that watching makes it any more illuminating. You've read transcripts, perhaps, hearing orders, I trust.
I have read orders and I've watched hearings. I haven't read transcripts of hearings, no. I mean, I've read many transcripts of hearings in appellate cases, but not for the commission.
Okay. In terms of, finally, your current status as a registered lobbyist for Horry Electric, that is the only client or principal that you are registered for?
Currently, yes.
All right.
And I would almost say only ever, but and I put this in my application, there was a period of time when Dr. Wayne Beam asked me to be a lobbyist principal for a nonprofit he wanted to start called the South Carolina Oceanfront Alliance. And so I registered as lobbyist principal for a short period of time, but he never developed that fully, and it never came into fruition. And so that was withdrawn. And so technically I was a lobbyist principal for that entity, but the entity never got organized. And so other than that, Horry Electric's the only role I've ever had as a lobbyist.
And maybe I don't need to know this, but in terms of your payment, are you paid by Horry Electric as the general counsel, or are you also paid or only paid as a lobbyist?
Both. And it was actually statewide Electric Cooperative of South Carolina that brought this to our attention. That, hey guys, I came up here to a legislative reception back when it was at the convention center, and it was obvious that I knew a lot of the members of my delegation, and so Electric Cooperative of South Carolina reached out and said, hey guys, it's obvious that Mr. Moss has a lot of contact with these lawmakers. In an abundance of caution, maybe you ought to get him registered as a lobbyist. And so I discussed that with my board, and we agreed that I would register as a lobbyist for Oriole Electric Cooperative. And at that time, they agreed because there was, reporting requirements, that would take me some time to do. They agreed to pay a $2,500 a year allowance for the additional reporting requirements. And so I've received $2,500 a year to be a registered lobbyist for Oriole Electric since I became a lobbyist for them. And really all I do is file the reports because I don't have any lobbyist expenses to report and haven't.
Okay. I think he's off. Okay. Any other statements or questions? Okay, this will conclude this portion of the screening process. I also want to remind you of our evaluation criteria, and pursuant to that, we expect you as a candidate to follow the spirit as well as the letter of the state ethics laws. Any violation or appearance of impropriety on your part will be deemed very serious and potentially warranting us to call you back for further questions. Do you understand that, sir?
Understood.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a good day.
We got a tuition reimbursement program.
I'm just waiting for Chairman Rankin to get back up here so I can click him back in.
Todd, you guys ready? Gil, you ready? Oh, you ready?
I'm ready. Yeah,
All right, man. Commissioner Powers? Welcome, sir. I'm going to administer the oath. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please state your full name and current address for the record.
Delton Wright Powers Jr., 623 Greenway Drive, Florence, South Carolina, 29501.
Thank you, sir. I'll now recognize Breeden John to provide background information and go over some questions with you. John.
How you doing, Mr. Powers?
Good, good.
Before I go over your background, do you have a very brief opening statement?
Well, I won't hold you up. Seems like y'all have missed lunch. I've missed lunch. Everybody's probably a little bit hungry, so I won't delay that. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to serve, and that being here, I think about I've served as a page. I've served on the Coastal Council, OCRM. The legislature's allowed me to do a lot of public service and do what I think is a lot of good, and I'm proud of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brief overview of your extensive background. Mr. Powers earned his Bachelor's of Science degree in Finance and Banking from University of South Carolina in 1974. He earned his JD from University of South Carolina School of Law in 1977. He's the current commissioner for District 7 on the South Carolina Public Service Commission. He was first elected in 2020, and his current term expired June 30th of 2024. He has served as chairman of the commission since 2024, or beginning
in my
of
second
2020.
year right
You're in your
now.
second year as chairman, that's correct. Prior to serving on the commission, he was the owner of Powers Law Firm. Founded that or started that up in 1994 through 2020. From 2002 to 2008, he combined his firm with another to create Joy, Locklear, and Powers, and handled civil, criminal, and family court matters. He was a mediator and handled mediations in Horry and Florence counties. From 1992 to 1998, he was a special prosecutor for the Fourth Circuit and was responsible for Marlborough County criminal cases. He has also served as a DSS contract attorney. Prior to that, in 1984 to 1992, he was a partner in Rogers and Powers, PA. 1982 to 84, executive director of legal services of the Fourth Circuit. 1980 to 82, associate attorney with John I. Rogers in Bennettsville, and from 78 to 80, assistant solicitor for the Fourth Circuit. Currently serves on the Supreme Court Commission on Lawyer Conduct. He was appointed by the Supreme Court in 2007. He's previously served on the South Carolina Bar Lawyer Fee Dispute Committee. He's been a hearing officer for the Department of Revenue on alcoholic beverage applications, and he was appointed to serve as magistrate in Marlborough County from 2018 to 19. He was elected by the General Assembly to serve on the South Carolina Coastal Council from 85 to 93 and its successor agency, the Office of Coastal Resource Management, from 97 to 2005. He's a member of the South Carolina Bar, PDN of Court, the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners Board of Directors, the Southeastern Board of Utility Regulatory Commissioners, and the New Mexico State University School of Utility Finance. A background investigation indicated no criminal record, and a review of Mr. Powers' credit report indicated no negative information. His written exam score was an 82. Mr. Powers, are you a registered voter?
Yes, sir.
In which congressional district are you registered to vote?
In the 7th District in Florence, South Carolina.
Could you please describe your typical work week at the commission?
Well, being chairman, particularly now, and vice chairman before that, it's every day, all day, I'm in the office. I think I take the position that you couldn't do it if you're not there in the office. There's so much to be done. The office of chairman is a revolving door. There's always something to sign, something to do. And I know all the chairmen here realize and have been through that. There's so much that we have to read, have to study, and there's so much at this point in time going on, trying to reach that delicate balance of affordability, reliability, and sufficient capacity. And the companies are, with the new Siting Act particularly, the companies are keeping us very, very busy. So it's an all-day thing every day, and sometimes a lot of work on the weekends just to keep up.
How do you typically approach preparation for a hearing?
Well, we get a lot of what's called pre-file testimony, unlike any other court I've ever been in. And by having that, we're able to pick out and to make my own little schedule. I got a book I use to pick out what particular issues are. We are often briefed on certain cases or certain issues we may not be familiar with by staff attorneys, and by our commission attorney. A lot of that is very, very helpful. But you got to go through all the material just to know. And we get it in waves. We get direct testimony, then we'll get reply testimony, rebuttal testimony, and then, of course, the companies now can add testimony at the end, which gives us kind of a step-by-step way to prepare. Also, as chairman, I've got to prepare to to rule on anything or to run the hearing. And in the meantime, business meetings and everything else that we do.
Could you describe your interactions with staff typically?
I make a point every morning of going around and trying to speak to everyone that's there. We have 6 lawyers now. I think we had 7. And they're kind of the core of what we do as judges, just as law clerks may be assistant to a judges. They don't prosecute the cases, but they present them to us and present the facts to us. I can't say enough about Jocelyn Boyd, who is our executive director. I've never seen anybody work as hard, as much, and as thorough as she is. And it's not a morning goes by that by the time I get the cream poured in my coffee, Jocelyn's in there with whatever we need to do next.
If you were to be reelected, do you anticipate there being any conflicts of interest, financial or otherwise?
None whatsoever. I really enjoy this. I probably spent most of my life doing the opposite of what I should be doing. And I stand here today, I think I don't know where I heard this, but I stand here because I feel I belong here. It really is something that I enjoy and have developed a passion for. I reached the point practicing law, I didn't want to get out of the car in the mornings, but I really look forward to working with the Public Service Commission. I know you guys know the feeling.
Oh, when you're in the car.
You sit there and you sit there, but yeah, this is just where I feel like I should be.
If a conflict of interest did arise, how would you handle it?
I don't see it happening, but if there was, certainly would have reported immediately, particularly if someone tries to make some contact ex parte. But I've been under judicial code before by being a magistrate, but I've also been on the board the Supreme Court has for lawyer discipline. And I think after my first meeting of that board, and that's been many years ago, first thing I did was go back to the office and I told my secretary, give me those messages, I'm returning those calls. But I've lived under that, and I honestly don't see a problem, and always on the lookout to make sure.
Sir, are you or a member of your immediate family currently employed by a regulated utility, a utility regulated by the PSC, or have you been within the last 2 years?
Never.
You or immediate member of your family own stock or have other financial interests in a regulated utility?
I'm kind of the bank for all of them, I'm afraid. No, they do not.
Are you affiliated with any political parties, boards, or commissions that would need to be reevaluated if you were elected?
No, I would absolutely not.
Do you belong to any organization that discriminates based on race, religion, or gender?
No, sir.
What's the appropriate temperament for a commissioner?
You know, I've got my mama's temperament, and she always said, don't worry about things. Things will be okay. Most of what you think is going to happen is not going to happen. It'll be all right. My dad had a temper. I just don't have one. I have, I think, a good judicial temperament, and rarely does anything seem to get under my skin.
Are you aware that commissioners are subject to the Judicial Code of Conduct as well as state ethics laws?
Oh, yes, sir.
Please briefly describe the 5 canons in the Judicial Code.
The 5 canons are, the first is that the judiciary must be independent. I wrap them all up in the word integrity. It's not just doing something that's improper, or as the word I think is impropriety, it's the appearance of impropriety would be the second one. The third one is that you do your job, you do it diligently, try and get things done timely, and not be influenced by anything else. The fourth canon has to do with using your position for some sort of gain or for your family's benefit, or get out of a speeding ticket, or any sort of thing that just wouldn't be right to do. And the fifth one, of course, is to stay out of politics, stay out of any political gatherings, and not to express any opinions that you may have, unless it's private, very private.
You mentioned ex parte communications earlier. Can you describe the general rule as it relates to the commission?
Well, it's very precise if you're contacted in any way, or even all of our staff is under the Code of Judicial Conduct. And if there were any kind of improper contact, or someone tries to tell you something, or in any way you're to report it immediately, then it is dealt with. We have a lot of ex parte hearings, which means some company, recently had one with Walmart, where they presented how they deal with utilities and how they deal with their own energy efficiency, that sort of thing. Those things are announced publicly at least 20 days ahead of time. If it's a party to a hearing, we deal with that at least 10 days ahead of time. And everyone who attends an ex parte proceeding must sign an affidavit that they attended it, and it must be done within 48 hours. We've had a couple where we've had to deal with virtual people, and I think at one point ORS, who has to certify that these things are proper and done properly, could have a problem getting the necessary affidavits back. So, and we have to make sure and we have taken some of the presentations virtually, but when we have, first question I ask as chairman, is there anyone in the room with you, or are you in a private situation? Because that would just expose more people to being subject to the ex parte restrictions.
What types of industries, businesses does the commission regulate?
Business that we regulate, utilities such as Dominion, the two Duke companies, and there's one more, and we represent water, wastewater, trucking companies as far as moving companies, hazardous waste, taxis.
Thank you.
I think that's close.
No. What's the role of the Office of Regulatory Staff in matters before the commission?
The Office of Regulatory Staff, it's amazing what all they do, but they are like I would say the arm of prosecution or investigation. We do not do any sort of investigation, nor are we allowed to. They audit records. They make sure that they represent the public interest, and that includes any sort of not just people or consumers, but companies, anyone in South Carolina, big groups, small groups. That is basically their job. And they also have a very strong responsibility in making sure, looking forward as far as future reliability, future construction, making sure that we have enough power, and so that when we deal with it, we can make sure it's affordable.
What is an integrated resource plan?
Integrated resource plan is a 15-year plan for most utilities that is required. Even the co-ops have to do them, but they report to the Energy Office. The only ones that come to us would be the electric companies, and the Santee, I think, is a 20-year plan. The others are 15 years. And what it does, it outlines what capacity is going to be needed, how we can make it affordable, what sort of environmental regulations we may run into in the future, to not just capacity, but also the necessary building. There's always been I think some fear that you can overbuild. We're not at that point right now. We're probably the exact opposite. But then again, they have to make sure, particularly with data centers, different things, contracts. Gosh, we could overbuild if someone withdraws with a major company, and that's another thing we try hope to do and under Act 41, which has been I think, a real blessing to kind of put things together where they need to be. Now they have to also look at economic development, and as we do, and to make sure that these plans meet the needs and will meet the needs in the future. There's every 3 years we get a plan. Every year we get a supplement to that plan, or what we call an IRP update. And now that we've had them a few years, you can see that the updates change. And they have changed dramatically even from last year to this year as to what they're submitting and what they're seeing and what they're seeing is necessary.
What key factors should a commissioner consider in a rate case?
In a rate case, of course, one is affordability. We have to look at whether or not what the company is doing can be afforded. I think what people don't understand is when we deal with a rate case, it's for things that have already happened, construction that's already happened. I think people see when someone comes in for a rate increase or something that we're giving money for things in the future. But the rate case is really a review of recent activity of the company. We have to make sure that the costs that they incurred and want to be covered in their rates, make sure those costs are prudent, that those costs were necessary, that they were not something that it included. I mean, we have a couple pending, and I'm hesitant to say too much or use certain examples about that sort of thing. But that's basically it, is to make sure that costs are prudent, that what they're doing is efficient, and that what they're doing is proper and in the best interest of the public. And as I say, the new factor that's been added by Act 41 is to consider economic development.
To what extent should the commission consider cross-subsidization in determining the prudency of an investment, say, in a utility energy efficiency program?
Well, it depends really on what comes before us. We're very careful that even with, let's say, some citing things or attracting the industries, which under Act 41, companies have a right to give a special rate if it will help to keep an industry here or to get an industry here. Even that requires that's not paid for by ordinary citizens. There shouldn't be any cross-subsidization if we can avoid it. Even with the solar different industries, the people who participate, they now do it under contracts, 10-year contracts, and some are even longer. Even the companies have some. But the average ratepayer should not have to pay for other programs. And cross-subsidization is something we just totally avoid.
What are some challenges facing regulated water, wastewater companies?
Well, I think there are more than two. One, I think, is cybersecurity. Our water system would be an easy attack. The other is that we're dealing with aging infrastructure, pipes and water lines that have been there for years and years. I remember in Bennettsville there was a fellow who was kind of the engineer. He wanted to retire. They said, "You can't. You're the only one that knows where everything is." So they talked him into staying on. But the other, because of the aging infrastructure, which is going to take a lot of work, a lot of replacement, is capital funds to do so, the capital necessary for improvement.
And challenges facing regulated telecommunications companies.
Excuse me?
What are some challenges facing regulated telecommunications companies?
Well, one has been the inequity, which is what the broadband plan is trying to address, to make sure that equal access, not just for education, but for medical reasons. They also face the problem of cybersecurity, and with storms we've had and the situations as we've learned, the telephone companies are now having to really gear up to be part of any sort of recovery, emergency centers, to be able to keep things going and for people to communicate. A lot of what I think about time I started, a lot of the companies have now been deregulated and are in a competitive market, and we don't have to deal with a lot of that. But that's the same thing that they deal with, is being prepared for emergency. Emergency preparation is a biggie.
Are you familiar with the advisory opinions issued by the review committee dealing with attendance at legislative receptions, legislative caucus
Yes,
meetings,
sir.
and political
Very
gatherings?
familiar.
Have you attended any of those functions?
I have not. Not
Have
going
you-
to.
Have you made any contributions to members of the General Assembly since filing your application?
Well, that's the wonderful thing about being a commissioner. I'm off the hook now. No, I have not contributed any money probably since 2018 to someone or people, mostly friends who may be in politics.
Are you familiar with the 48-hour rule, which prohibits a candidate from seeking pledges for 48 hours after the report has been submitted to the General Assembly?
Yes, sir.
Have you sought or received a pledge of support from a legislator since filing your application?
I have not, and honestly hadn't had time if I wanted to.
Have you asked any third parties to contact members of the General Assembly on your
No, sir.
behalf? Are you aware of anyone who may have done so on their own?
I'm not.
If you are reelected, do you plan to serve a full term?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions. At this time, I would request that we go into executive session pursuant to the committee's prior motion under Section 3470.
Mr. Rankin? Any other questions? Okay. Mr. Powers, thank you very much, sir. Thank you for
And
your
thank
service.
you all. Have a good day.
Well, hold on one second. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Powers. I'm on a learning curve here. So, Mr. Powers, this will conclude this portion. Oh, no, wait a minute. Hold on. Oh. Yeah, this will conclude this portion of the screening process. I want to remind you of your evaluation criteria, and pursuant to that, we expect you as a candidate to follow the spirit as well as the letter of the state ethics laws. Any violation or appearance of impropriety on your part would be deemed very serious and potentially warranting us to call you back for further questions. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Powers.
Thank you very much. Merry Christmas.
Thanks. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I'm not messing around either, man. So who we got, Reno next? Whitfield's the last one. Yeah. See what? Shit. Perhaps. Yeah. Even more than the other two. No. Yeah. If you could believe that. Holy shit. If you give me an opportunity to talk, he's gonna talk. That's good, okay. Everything else set? You good to go? Okay. Mr. Reno, welcome.
Good afternoon.
You administer the oath. You raise your right hand, please. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please state your full name and current address for the record, sir.
Sure. James C. Reno, Jr. I go by Jim Reno, 611 Oakwood Lane, Rock Hill, South Carolina.
Thank you. Mr. John?
All right, Mr. Reno, before I give a background overview, do you have a very brief opening statement you would like to make?
Very brief. Thank you, Mr. John. I just want to thank you for your time today. I know it's a long day for you. And I just want to say this process of the screening, it's been very beneficial for me as I've done due diligence, tried to understand what the PSC does and understand how my background and experience may fit in. So it's been a very helpful process, and I'm very excited about the opportunity and look forward to continuing today to tell you a little bit more about myself.
Thank you. Mr. Reno earned a Bachelor of Science degree in Business Management Finance from the University of Tennessee in 1985, and he earned his Juris Doctor from the University of South Carolina School of Law in 1988. Mr. Reno is currently and has been employed by First Citizens Bank in Rock Hill as Vice President and Business Banker. He's been with them since 2021. In his banking career, Mr. Reno previously worked for PNC Bank as Vice President and SBA Business Development Officer from 2018 to 2021. He worked for Park Sterling Bank and Provident Community Bank as Vice President, Senior Vice President and Business Banker from 2007 to 17. Before that, he was with Clover Community Bank, where he's Vice President and Commercial Loan Officer from 06 to 7. And then full circle back to First Citizens to start out his banking career, where he was an Assistant Vice President and Commercial Loan Officer from 2003 to 2006. Prior to that, Mr. Reno practiced law. He was with Harper, Peterson, Rogers, and Reno as a partner from 96 to 2003. Robinson, Bradshaw, and Henson as an associate attorney from 91 to 96. And Roddy Carpenter and White as an associate attorney from 1988 to 91. Mr. Reno is a member of Rock Hill City Council where he has served since 1997. His current term ends in January of 2026. Mr. Reno is a member of Westminster Presbyterian Church where he serves as an elder and on the session leadership team. He currently serves on the Rock Hill Economic Development Corporation as a board member and as a member of their executive council. Mr. Reno is also is a voting member on the Rock Hill Fort Mill Area Transportation Committee and the Winthrop University Small Business Development Council Advisory Board. He also served on the Early Learning Partnership of York County Advisory Board from 2022 to 2024. A background investigation of Mr. Reno indicated no criminal record, and a review of his credit report indicated no negative information. Mr. Reno's written exam score was a 70. Mr. Reno, are you a registered voter?
I am, yes, sir.
In what congressional district?
District 5.
Why are you interested in serving on the commission?
And as I kind of said in my opening statement, the city of Rock Hill is a municipal power provider. They own, with the PMPA group, 25% of one of the nuclear reactors at Catawba. So having served for 28 years and dealing with electrical issues and going to various meetings with PMPA, I've developed a real interest in electrical issues as well as the issues of water, wastewater, all of the rate issues that we face at the city. So fast forward from, some initial interest from years ago, starting with the city and learning more and more, being intrigued about power issues at conferences. I saw this as an opportunity to possibly bring a lot of things together in my career. And I'm happy to say that as I've investigated further over the last few months, that my background in law, finance, and then 28 years of service with the city of Rock Hill seems to bring that all together. I'm excited about the opportunity, and everything I've learned just excites me more about this chance.
If you're elected to serve as a commissioner, how do you envision your weekly work schedule?
So I know that it is a full-time requirement, and beyond that, I'm the type that I jump in, I dig in, I work hard. I would envision initially there's going to be a learning curve, so the hours required will probably go well beyond 40. And I see myself a full-time job, being dedicated. My background is strong work ethic. I believe in always being prepared. And I know there's a lot of material to read, just like we have in our council meetings at the city of Rock Hill. So I envision a lot of that early work until you've, based on my experience with the city of Rock Hill, until you've been through at least 1 year and understand the cycle, there is a learning curve. And so I'm hopeful that with my background, as I've read through some of the decisions and seen some of the exhibits, I'm very comfortable with how the decisions read, just like an order in a court. So understanding findings of fact and precedent and conclusions of law. And then also looking at the financials that are used. I'm very comfortable in and out of financials, understanding, what they mean, non-cash expenses, et cetera. So I feel like that the start will be, again, taking more time, but I understand it is a full-time job and would expect to be here in Columbia carrying that out each and every day.
Thank you. Excuse me. So that basically was my next question of how you might get up to speed on the issues confronting the commission. Is there anything specific, say, in terms of substantive topics that you would need to do to get more familiar?
So, I think you never really know until you're in the seat and actually doing it. But my view in the screening process has been, let this be the beginning of your work towards taking this seat. So I've looked at decisions, I've watched hearings, some hearings online. I get the daily activity report. So I'm doing all of those things in addition to the material we study to try to be prepared as I can if elected, to go into the seat. And I would continue that. So it's not going to stop today, and I would continue to move forward with that going forward.
If you were elected, would there be any potential conflicts of interest you might have, financial or otherwise?
So I believe that two of the stocks that I hold myself personally, I need to divest myself of those stocks because they are utilities. And I've already started working on a plan for that as far as how to gift those. And so the best thing is I have children. There's 2 or 3 options, and one of those would be a donor advised fund. But I've started working on that plan and can execute on that very quickly.
Are you or a member of your immediate family employed by a utility regulated by the PSC now or in the past 2 years?
No, sir.
And I guess you've answered my next question, whether you have any stock or financial interests that are directly within your control, and you indicated that you would divest yourself of
That's
that.
correct, yes, on that prior question.
Very good. Are you affiliated with any political parties, boards, or commissions that would need to be reevaluated if you were elected?
No, sir.
Do you belong to any organization that discriminates based on race, religion, or gender?
No, sir.
What is the appropriate temperament for a commissioner?
So I think a commissioner, as we're subject to the judicial canons, a commissioner needs to be someone who is thoughtful, who listens well, who is well prepared, who respects all points of view and is able to listen to all points of view, and also one who asks thoughtful questions, trying to understand not only the issues before you, but as folks are arguing on a particular point within a decision, understand clearly what they're arguing and how it relates to the overall issue to be decided.
Are you aware that commissioners are subject to the Judicial Code of Conduct as well as state ethics laws?
Yes, sir.
Could you briefly describe the 5 canons in the Code of Judicial Conduct?
Yes, sir. I will do my best. From a high-level view, a judicial officer should uphold the integrity and independence of their office in all that they do. Taking that down a step, so to speak, no acts of impropriety and really no appearance of impropriety. So I've had a couple of things come before council where just because of an affiliation, I recused myself because of the potential appearance that I could not be impartial. From there, as you're on the bench and making decisions, you need to be both impartial and diligent. I remember that best really from my 2 daughters, 2 years apart. One wanted a dog, one wanted a cat. They put together a PowerPoint. I had to be impartial and I had to help my wife and I come to a decision on that. So, that's just a funny example as I always remember it. Extracurricular, outside of the office, you need to not do things that are going to bring potential conflict into your role as a judicial officer. So I think that goes back to the stock holdings. You want to divest yourself. You don't want to have stocks that would any sort of financial interest. You have to be careful with, say, a friend who works at a utility, if they might be coming before you. Just the appearance of being out to a dinner could shed poor light on the position. And then the 5th is, as far as governmental activity, you cannot have any inappropriate activity. Basically, you need to stay, inactive in governmental actions.
Thank you. Could you please explain generally the rule regarding ex parte communications as it applies to the commission?
Sure. Ex parte communications, I look at it in 2 different directions. Number one, one-on-one, someone approaches, that is not allowed. And so you need to, I would always take into account the circumstances. Is this someone who should know better or someone who is innocent? They're both going to have the same message given by me. We cannot have this conversation. However, I'll be a lot more stern with the person who should know versus someone who is more innocent in coming forward and wanting to talk about something. So you cannot have that outside communication. If they persist, I would push back. And again, emphasize this is not proper, and if it continues, I'm going to have to report the action to the commission. So you've got that on the one hand, and then I've actually watched one of the commission meetings where they had the allowable ex parte communication, where it's a hearing, proper notice to all the parties that they, who would want to be present and be heard on the issue. And so that allows more detailed information from a party to be brought forth, but in a fair manner, which is carefully guarded as the material is brought and heard by the commissioners.
What are the industries regulated by the Public Service Commission?
So you've got the electric industry, so that's the first one you always think about the most, or I do. You've got water and wastewater, and these would be the public providers. There's a lot of exceptions as I name these. So again, going back to electric, primarily going to regulate the public entities with a little bit of the co-ops involved in certain instances. So electric, water, wastewater. Then we go to the carriers or common carriers, and then also to telecommunications.
What's the role of the Office of Regulatory Staff in matters before the commission?
The Office of Regulatory Staff before the commission is to be an advocate for the public. So they're going to be that party that comes forward and puts forward different issues that are in the best interest and important to the overall public. And that is their job. Going back to the ex parte communication or even a complaint, we really should have a complainant go to the ORS and issue and work with that complaint from that standpoint.
What is an integrated resource plan?
So that is a plan that the public utilities, electric utilities put forth every 3 years. They are to update that every year. And it is a very detailed plan over things such as what they see they're going to need to build down the future. In the future, it's going to have their projected electric loads as they look forward down years ahead. So I just was looking at Duke Energy's the other day, their update that is, and they were increasing their load by 7% at certain points in future years. So it's a framework that the public utility is providing the public, the commission, the ORS, and the general public with. This is how we envision us providing power, and here's how we think we're going to do that. Here's what we think we're going to need in the future. And so one piece of that would be if they came forward and wanted a new location, for example, well, the commission would be looking back in that IRP to see, was that projected in the initial plan or any of the updates? Because, it's a planning tool, much like a business plan would be, and it's for multiple parties to take benefit of.
What are some key factors a commissioner should consider in a rate case?
So a rate case would have the various costs that the utility is going to be indicating as to why they want a rate increase. And then the other side of that coin, and the ORS would probably be bringing this forward, is the consumer wants a reasonable rate, and so they may push back on some of those rate increases that the utility is seeking. So things like the overall capital cost, the operating cost, avoided cost, various things go into that overall cost mechanism to come up with the rate.
In evaluating a utility's investment in a customer-facing program, like an energy efficiency program, to what extent should commissioners be concerned with cross-subsidization generated by those programs?
That is a tough question that I've been trying to dig into more and understand better. My understanding of it is, as I would see it, on one hand, you might reduce the load from better energy efficiency with some of the consumers of the electric power. So in that sense, that cost that the utility's putting in may be something they need to bear because it's going to benefit all of the ratepayers. On the other hand, you may want to take that into account in their overall rate structure if it were a substantial cost and needs to be spread out to all of the ratepayers.
What are some challenges facing regulated water and wastewater companies?
Good question. We see it from the city of Rock Hill, and maybe it's different at the state level, but the federal government and their water quality and wastewater quality, you're always having to have your systems meet those requirements. So capital expenditures and keeping up with that quality, water quality testing, making sure that your systems, for example, have proper looping so that you don't get stagnant waters and that you're doing the proper testing. Same on the wastewater front. You've got various testing that you've got to undertake to make sure that you're treating and putting that water back out into the system in a proper manner.
And challenges facing regulated telecommunications companies?
Telecommunications, we don't deal with those quite as much at the city of Rock Hill. My understanding, there is a real initiative with broadband to make sure in our rural communities that broadband capability is being provided. And that's not inexpensive to lay those lines and go out to the rural areas. I've noticed in the code that the state now is allowing the cooperatives, the electric cooperatives, to do that, probably from a cost-saving measure because they're already extending electric lines into those rural areas. Again, there's federal overlap in what they allow the state to do, so that's always going to be a push against the telecommunication providers and keeping up with those federal standards.
Make sure I got them all. All right. Are you familiar with the Review Committee's advisory opinions they've issued dealing with attendance at legislative caucus meetings, legislative receptions, and political gatherings?
Yes, sir, I am.
Have you attended any such functions since submitting your application?
No, sir, I have not.
Have you made any contributions to members of the General Assembly since that time?
No, sir, I have not.
Are you familiar with the 48-hour rule, which prohibits a candidate from seeking pledges for 48 hours after the screening report has been submitted to the General Assembly?
Yes, sir, I am very familiar with that.
Have you sought or received a pledge or support from any legislator?
No, sir, I have not.
Have you asked any third parties to contact members of the General Assembly on your behalf?
No, sir, I have not.
Are you aware of anyone who may have done so just on their own?
No, sir. And in fact, I had two friends that I have some concern because they know some elected officials and they wouldn't probably know the depth of those opinions. And I specifically told both of them about the opinion and that they should not talk about my candidacy with any legislator.
And if you were to be elected, are you committed to serving a full term?
God willing, with my health, I would be excited to serve the full term.
Very good. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions. At this time, I would request that we go into executive session pursuant to the committee's prior motion under Section 3470. You'll stay.
Executive session, veil's been lifted. No action was taken in executive session. We continue the candidate for the 5th Congressional District. Are there questions? Where do you see the balance of if you were on the commission from residential affordability and reliability of electricity versus the need for energy for data centers and other large users? How would you address that aspect of consideration?
That is a tricky issue, I think, in regard to the general public who, as an elected official, sometimes wanting data centers because they are a big power user. They good for the tax base. Not a lot of workers. They don't put a strain on some of your systems, but at the same time, they take a lot of power, and you have to be careful in a community. So as on the commission, you've got to look and understand what rate a public utility may have in place. I noticed Santee Cooper, I think in the last 12 months, has put a different rate in place for those data centers to try to, indicate they are a large user and they need to pay a specialized rate because they are taking so much out of the system. So, you need to balance that with the affordability of the consumer and not let those data centers become too many of the data centers so that they're pulling so much energy and you're having to build or increase that load too quickly.
Okay. And briefly, if you were in this position and transitioning from being on city council, dealing with constituent issues and things, this being quasi-judicial, how would you try to make that transition for those that may reach out to you?
It's a good question. Again, in the early stages, finding out that the PSC is subject to the ethics rules and judicial rules, and that you cannot have those ex parte communications. I would just, again, kind of going back to the answer before that Mr. John asked, you're not there now to go help side by side and solve an issue, put someone in the right, with the right party to get something solved. About the only thing you could do, again, kind of going back to a complaint, is put them in touch with the ORS, but you've got to stay out because of that different role. And I would explain that to them because, again, what you want in serving the public is you want them to realize you're not being rude or inconsiderate, but there is a purpose of that role that you have as a commissioner, and you can't go beyond that and talk specifically over issues.
Thank you. Other questions? All right, this completes this portion of the screening process for you. However, I do want to remind you that we expect you as a candidate to follow the spirit as well as the letter of the state's ethics laws during this process, that any violation or appearance of impropriety on your part would be very serious and would certainly warrant us bringing you back for further questions. Do you understand this?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time today and your willingness to serve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate again all of your work and on this long day.
Good afternoon, and we now have our next candidate for the Public Service Commission, seat number 5, Mr. Hedden Thomas. First, let me administer the oath to you. If you raise your right hand, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, if you'd state your name and address for the record, please.
46 Willow Blue Run in Rock Hill.
Okay. Mr. John is going to provide a little bit of brief background of you and then also have some questions for you.
Before I get going, Mr. Thomas, would you like to make any brief statement?
Well, I appreciate that. I would just like to say thank you all very, very much for giving me this opportunity to serve the people of South Carolina. It's been an amazing experience, and I know it's been good for me, and I believe that what I've been doing is good for the people of South Carolina, and I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Brief background of you. Mr. Thomas earned a Bachelor of Arts in Economics from Wofford College in 1973 and a Master of Business Administration from Winthrop College in 1979. He is the current Commissioner for District 5 on the South Carolina Public Service Commission. He was first elected in 2020, and his current term expired June 30th, 2024. Prior to serving on the commission, Mr. Thomas began his career working for Manufacturers Supply Company from 1973 to 77. Then began his career as an accountant, working with Moore, Glover, Pierce, and Harrell from 78 to 79 before joining Deloitte Haskins and Sells from 1979 to 82. He then worked for Piedmont Natural Gas Company from 1983 to 2006, and currently he previously, up from 2007 to 2021, did some part-time work with Heritage Bluff Preserve LLC, and 2009 to 22, he did some part-time accounting work for More and More CPAs. And a third part-time role, from 2010 to 21, Edisto Heritage Development Incorporated. Mr. Thomas is a member of the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners and the Southeastern Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners. He is also a member of St. John's United Methodist Church in Rock Hill and the Cotillion Club in Rock Hill. A background investigation indicated no criminal record, and a review of Mr. Thomas's credit report indicated no negative information. His written exam score was an 80. Mr. Thomas, are you a registered voter?
Yes, sir.
In which congressional district are you registered to vote?
The 5th.
Could you describe an ordinary workday for you at the commission? I mean, work week.
Well, so the weeks are very, very different. It's not really consistent. We have very, very significant cases going on some weeks, like a big rate case or a big integrated resource plan review or many other things. And so what I do is when there are significant activities going on, then I am in the office in Columbia, and I base that on what is the most efficient and effective way to get the job done. A lot of what we do is all about preparation, and it takes a lot of time to read and get ready and prepare and be ready to ask questions, and we have briefings with staff that are very helpful. We have
A little bit more into the microphone.
Yes, you can
just speak and just lift. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's better.
if you'll
Go ahead.
lift it up.
all right. Is that a little bit better? So anyway, it varies week by week, but I'd say on an average week, I am in the office in Columbia 3 days. I am in my district office 2 days on average. And then over the weekends is almost every weekend I'm doing some work. And that to me is the most efficient and effective way to get the job done, and that's why I do it like that.
How do you typically prepare for a hearing? Call it a bit like a rate case.
Well, there is a lot of reading, And a recent example would be we've had Duke rate cases. And when those materials are printed out, it's about that high. We had 2 different Duke rate cases. One of them's maybe a half-inch taller than the other one, so it's a lot of paperwork. And that was going on around about the time that we were trying to get ready for our exam for this. And so basically, I needed to make a choice. I couldn't be studying for this exam and getting ready for both of those rate cases. So I spent my time reading the materials and getting ready for those rate cases, which probably cost me a few points on the test. But it's all about getting the job done, and that's the way I approach it.
What type of contact do you have with commission staff, again, to the extent you have a typical work week?
Well, so I talk individually with the staff from time to time. Something comes up that I know that, who's the appropriate attorney or accountant or whatever, then I will go talk one-on-one. Sometimes I talk with staff, a couple of them at the same time, and then sometimes it'll be me and another commissioner talking with staff. But I interact with them on a fairly regular basis, and I very, very much appreciate the work that they do. And they do a really, really good job of helping get us ready for the proceedings.
If you were to be reelected, would you have any potential conflicts of interest, financial or otherwise?
Not that I'm aware of.
What would you do if one arose, if a conflict of interest arose?
Well, I would either recuse or make it known to the parties and let them decide if they're comfortable with me participating or not. Obviously, they'd have to be able to make that decision outside of my presence, so that I don't know if one in particular says it's okay and the other one says it's not okay. I would need to be outside of my presence, but I'd make all of the facts known and either recuse or let them decide I was recused.
Are you or a member of your immediate family employed by a utility regulated by the PSC, whether that's today or within the past 2 years at any point?
No.
Do you or a member of your immediate family own stock or have other financial interests directly controlled by you in a utility regulated by the PSC?
No, sir.
Are you affiliated with any political parties, boards, or commissions that would need to be reevaluated if you were elected?
No, sir.
Do you belong to any organization that discriminates based on race, religion, or gender?
No, sir.
What's the appropriate temperament for a commissioner?
Well, you have to be balanced and fair and open. You have to listen to what people are saying and give everybody an opportunity to be heard, and just make sure that not giving any signals, positive or negative. It's very much about a balanced approach.
Are you aware that commissioners are subject to the Judicial Code of Conduct as well as state ethics laws?
Yes, sir.
Could you briefly describe the 5 canons in the Code of Judicial Conduct?
Yes. So we have to perform our duties with independence and impartially, and we have to avoid any improprieties or the appearance of improprieties, and we have to refrain from any potential conflicts with our judicial duties, and we have to refrain from inappropriate political activities, and let's see, there's at least one more. So well, we have to perform our duties with diligence and impartially.
Thank you. And could you explain the general rule regarding ex parte communications as it relates to the commission?
We cannot communicate with any party outside of the presence of all the parties. And that's whether you're talking about discussions or emails or text messages or whatever. It has to be all there in the open in front of everyone.
What are the industries or types of businesses that are regulated by the commission?
Well, we have the investor-owned electric utilities, the investor-owned gas utilities, investor-owned water utilities, investor-owned sewer utilities. We have taxis, movers of household goods, and local exchange carriers in the telephone business.
What's the role of the Office of Regulatory Staff in matters before the commission?
The Office of Regulatory Staff is an investigative body. They are the ones that get into the discovery. They if it's a rate case, then they're asking the utilities for detailed information about whatever's going on. They need to get into in great detail what's going on, the investigator.
What's an integrated resource plan?
Integrated resource plan is generally a 15-year plan that is developed by the utilities that is looking out and planning for what resources will be needed for generation purposes to meet customer needs, as well as how that relates to transmissions. That's kind of a little bit new in the integrated resource plans, but it's all about a long-term plan, making sure that we'll be able to meet customer needs reliably and with a reserve margin for times when demand is high or when maybe another asset is offline for repairs or something unexpected happens.
What are some key factors that a commissioner should consider in a rate case?
Well, it's all about a fair outcome. It has to be fair to the ratepayers, and it has to be fair to the utilities. The utilities have to earn rates that are enough to allow them to continue to attract capital, while at the same time keeping the rates as low as they can possibly be for the ratepayers.
In evaluating the prudency of a utility's investment in a customer-facing program like energy efficiency program, to what extent should the commission consider the effects of cross-subsidization in making its decision?
Cross-subsidization is discouraged. That's when one group ends up paying for a benefit that another group receives, and it's important to limit that to the greatest extent practical.
What are some challenges facing regulated water, wastewater companies?
Well, there's a lot going on there. Generally speaking, in South Carolina, the ones that we regulate are they're smaller and they're remote. They're kind of spread all around, and so the utilities, it's kind of hard, I guess, for them to find the appropriate people to be at the appropriate place. And then there's the issue of they ongoing maintenance and repairs and replacements, and there is what's the best rate structure, what's the most fair rate structure, and a lot of them are on flat rate bills, so all customers pay the same thing no matter what their usage is. And some customers would much prefer to pay based on their usage. But anyway, that'd be a whole new, different rate structure. The water utility is still going to have the same overall revenue requirement. So switching from a fixed rate structure to a usage-based would be, some people's bills would go up and some people's would go down. But it's all part of, the utility getting the finances that it needs to keep the system up and to continue to add replacements to old and outdated equipment.
And what are some challenges facing regulated telecommunications companies?
Well, that's a good question. We don't do a whole lot with the regulated telecom companies that I can recall. I know that is one of the ones that we touch on and regulate, but it's not one that I'm that familiar with. We just haven't done much in that area, and I haven't dedicated much time to that. So that's the honest answer.
Sure. Yes, sir. Thank you. Are you familiar with the advisory opinions issued by the review committee dealing with attendance at legislative receptions, legislative caucus meetings, and political gatherings?
Yes, sir.
Have you attended any of these functions since you submitted your application?
I have not.
Have you made any contributions to members of the General Assembly since you filed your application?
I have not.
Are you familiar with the 48-hour rule, which prohibits a candidate from seeking pledges for 48 hours after the report has been submitted to the General Assembly?
Yes, sir.
Have you sought or received a pledge of support from any legislator prior to this date?
No, I have not.
Have you asked any third parties to contact members of the General Assembly on your behalf?
I have not.
Are you aware of anyone who may have done so on their own?
No, I am not.
And if you were reelected, would you serve a full term?
Yes, I would.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions for Mr. Thomas at this time. I would request that we now go into executive session pursuant to the committee's prior motion under Section 3470.
So ordered. Ask the room. We're back in open session. No action was taken in executive session. We continue with Mr. Hedden B. Thomas, Public Service Commission, seat number 5. Questions from members of the committee. Representative Gatch.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, good afternoon. Thank you for being here. We've heard from multiple folks who are current members, commissioners, that this is it's not just a full-time job, it's more than a full-time job, people working on the weekends. And I think you said yourself that you rely heavily on the staff. How do you think you can adequately and appropriately carry the burden of your responsibilities without being in the office and interacting with staff 5 days a week?
Again, I'll go back to preparation. A lot of the preparation is reading, lots of material to read. And I have a district office that is fully equipped, totally private, and it is in my home. There's nobody in my home but myself and my wife. She stays downstairs, I stay upstairs, during working hours. And it's just much more efficient and effective for me to read in private. If I go to the Columbia office to do that sort of preparation, then invariably somebody's going to want to come in and talk about the football game last weekend or what are you doing next weekend. And all of that's fine, that's good, but socialization happens when you're in the office that does not relate to work. The other thing that happens is it takes me an hour and 15 minutes on average to drive to the office. I can't get any reading done while I'm doing that. I can't get any preparation done. I can pick up the phone and call a staff person, and I can send emails, and I believe, for me, the way I get things done, that is the most efficient and effective, and with regards to time and costs.
Was it, Mr. Chairman, may I? Whose decision was it to only work 3 days a week from the office? Was that just a call that you made, or was that somebody else's call?
No, and it's not necessarily 3 days. Some days it's 4, occasionally it's 5, and some days it's 2. It depends on what is going on. That's what drives it. What drives it is getting the job done efficiently and effectively.
Thank you.
So let me follow up on that. So you say it's roughly an hour and 15 minutes travel time.
Yes, sir.
You represent the 5th District?
Yes, sir.
So if there weren't districts and there were the opportunity for more folks to be from the Columbia area, would we be better served to have the folks in the office 5 days a week, the commissioners in the office 5 days a week versus representing all 7 congressional districts?
I would say no. I believe that we bring a diverse background, and I believe that it's important to be in touch with your constituents. I don't think it would really bring anything to the table just to have people in the office just because some people think that's the way to do it. Again, I can do plenty of reading and studying and preparation without being in the Columbia office. And that's what I'm about. I'm about getting things done efficiently and effectively. And that's how I evaluate my schedule every week, every day. And I usually look out 2 or 3 weeks thinking, what's coming, and how's the best way to get ready for it. And sometimes it's in the office in Columbia. Sometimes it's in the office in Rock Hill.
If we required commissioners to be in the office 5 days a week, would that have an impact on your willingness to serve?
I would just be honest with you. I don't think that would be appropriate. And I would, I'd have to give it second thought.
Yes, sir. Senator Hutto.
Do any of the commission meetings, hearings, conferences to discuss cases, do any of that occur over virtually Zoom or Teams or anything like that?
Yes, so just about all of the briefings are available virtually, and the hearings as well, and the business meetings. I am usually there when those things happen, but on occasion, yeah, I do participate occasionally virtually. But if it's a hearing, I'm 99% of the time I'm there. If it's a business meeting, I'm 99% of the time there. If it is a briefing, maybe it's, 85, 90% of the time I am in the Columbia office.
Are those recorded and archived so that if, for whatever, you had a doctor's appointment or something you just couldn't miss, that you could go back and look at it, or they're all just live?
So the briefings are not available to go back to, and view them. The hearings and business meetings are, however, you have to be there too. You can't really go back to those because you have to be present there for the time, and you could do it virtually, but you couldn't go back to it later.
You need to be there in real time.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you.
One other question, if I could go different or maybe a couple. What degree of deference should the commissioners give to testimony and arguments presented by the Office of Regulatory Staff opposed to other parties of record?
Well, we have to take it all in, and we have to give everybody a fair chance to be heard. We can't really have preferences for ORS or the companies. It's got to be balanced.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. This will conclude this portion of your screening process then. If there's no other questions, I want to remind you that we expect you as a candidate to follow the spirit as well as the letter of the state's ethics laws, and any violation or appearance of impropriety on your part would certainly be very serious and potentially require us to call you back for further questions. Do you understand this?
Yes, sir, I do understand that.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your attendance and being here today and your willingness to serve.
Thank you. I appreciate very much what you all do as well. Thanks a bunch. Appreciate you giving me this opportunity. Hopefully I'll have another opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We now have our next candidate for the Public Service Commission, seat 5, Mr. Swain Whitfield. I'll ask you to raise your right hand for the oath. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, thank you. If you'd state your name and address for the record.
Swain Edgar Whitfield, 124 Palmetto Place Lane, Winnsboro, South Carolina, 29180.
Thank you, sir. Mr. John will kind of give a background and then opportunity for some questions for you.
Yes, sir. Hello, Mr. Whitfield. Before I get started, I see you have a guest. Would you like to introduce them? Yes, Mr. John. This is my wife, Amy Whitfield. Thank you. Thank you for being here. My better half. And at this time, you can take a moment for a very brief opening statement if you would like. Otherwise, I can get going. Sure. Yes, sir, Mr. John. I think I shared with you that I have a legal opinion about my recent consultant business the last 4 years. I have another hard signed copy here if you want me to give it. I know you have a copy, but happy to do whatever you need me to do with that. So we'll, I'll get it from you after the hearing. But you said you wanted to make that part of the record, correct? Yes, sir. Okay, so we'll add that as an exhibit to your redacted personal data questionnaire. Yes, sir. Very good. Well, thank you. I would, if it pleases the committee, I would like to make an opening statement. I know it's been a long day, and I'll try to be succinct. I know some people don't know me for that, but I'll try to be today because I know it's been a long day on all of you. But I would start by saying President Alexander and Chairman Herb Kurzman, I'm happy to be here. I'm pleased to appear before your committee today, and I'd like to take this opportunity just to tell you a few things. Some of you, I've had the privilege of meeting all of you at one time or another, but some of you know me better than others, so I'm going to try to serve this from the same spoon, so to speak. But first of all, I'd like to say that I'm a native South Carolinian. My family goes back here to the early 1700s, and my love for South Carolina is endless and forever. Secondly, I think I've got to address a few things here, and I'm sure many of you are probably wondering, why would I want to do this again? And if I were sitting up there in your seat, I'd be wondering the same thing. So I did a little soul searching, and I did some serious soul searching. And beyond my love for my state that I've stated, I know that this life is just temporary. And I know who my maker is, and I know I've been blessed beyond belief already, and that God placed me in the hands of Aubrey and Emily Whitfield when I was 3 months old, and I've had the best parents anybody could have. I don't have them anymore. I've lost my sister and sadly my father-in-law in the last 4 or 5 years, so it's been a tough road. That said, it turned me back to my faith, and I prayed that I would have the right words today to address you with. And sometimes it takes a little while for a prayer to be answered, but in my preparation for today, I found the answers of how I would approach this. And I needed to look no further. My prayers were answered by this committee, by this own committee, the PERC committee. I look back through my testimony from nearly 6 years ago. There it was, an exchange with me and Senator Luke Rankin, where he states very clearly that the PSC was lied to, ORS was lied to. I'm talking about the VC Summer nuclear plants. The FBI even told me that I was a victim. People went to federal prison and served federal prison sentences for lying to us under oath. But one thing I do know, no amount of erasers or Ajax or anything else is going to change history or going to take the fact off that I was on the commission at that time. Not only on the commission, I was the chairman. And that's just history, and I can't change that.
I served with some wonderful people on that commission. 2 of them went on to higher federal office, one to the FCC for 10 years, and one is still currently the chairman of the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So I served with some wonderful people. And we were lied to. We were misled, as were a lot of people. ORS was. So that being said, there's nothing I can do to change what has happened. But I want to talk about the here and now for just a minute, and that's why I'm here. Utility business is a serious business. Serious business. People die if they don't have the vital utilities, services our utilities provide. People can die from unsafe or improper use of those utilities. So this is a serious business. And I'm here today because you all have passed a new law, Energy Security Act, along with several others since I was on there, that give the PSC many tools that we didn't have way back in the day. And you all have really been very aggressive. This is not something you did overnight. It goes back to the governor's, you even worked with the governor's executive order 2023-18 when he initiated this. So this is something that you've been very deliberate in. I know my role when I was a commissioner. It's not my job to make the law. It's my job to call balls and strikes, to administer the law fairly, and carry out your will and your mission. And I'm here today to bring you 16 years of experience in that field. I also bring you 20 years in the transportation sector. The commission still regulates that. I'm here to bring you fair, impartial, unbiased, regulatory, adjudicative proceedings, which is what I've done. I've followed the law. I followed the law as a commissioner, and I followed the law in my post-commissioner life. And that's one of the reasons I went to the extra call of duty to have this legal opinion drawn up. It wasn't cheap, but I thought it was the appropriate thing to do. Also didn't think it was fair for me to whip a surprise on anyone, so I called Breeden on Friday and gave it to him. So with that, I'm here to serve. I'm excited about the opportunities that Act 41, the Energy Security Act, brings. There are a lot of things in there. I'm sure we'll get into that in a minute, but it's likely the biggest energy-related bill I've seen since Act 175, and there are a lot of other good ones in between. So with that, I'm here to serve. I'm happy to be here, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Whitfield. I'll give a brief background of you. Mr. Whitfield earned a Bachelor of Arts in Geography from the University of Georgia in 1986. He was first elected to the Public Service Commission in 2008 and was subsequently reelected in 2013 and 16, and he served as chairman from 2016 to 2018. Mr. Whitfield is currently employed as an independent utility regulatory consultant with Swain Whitfield Consulting, founded in November 2021. His career began with Laidlaw Carriers in 1986. He went on to become operations manager for Humans Construction Humans Transportation, 1987 to 1990, Sen Trucking Company from 90 to 91, and then he founded Whitfield Transportation Incorporated, which he operated from 1991 to 2008 when he joined the Public Service Commission. Following his service on the commission, Mr. Whitfield worked as Director of Business Development for Alliance Consulting Engineers from November 2020 to November 2021 before starting his consultancy business. Mr. Whitfield has served on Winnsboro City Council from 1995 to 99, the Fairfield County Substance Abuse Commission from 94 to 96, and the John Delahowe Board of Trustees from 2006 to 2008. Mr. Whitfield is currently or recently has been a member of the Fairfield County Chamber of Commerce, the Association of American Geographers, the Southeastern Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners, the Gas Technology Institute, and the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners. Mr. Whitfield has also recently been a member of the Centennial Associate Reformed Presbyterian Church as an elder, Fairfield County Chamber of Commerce, Blackstock Young Farmers, and Phi Kappa Tau Fraternity. A background investigation indicated no criminal record, and a review of his credit report indicated no negative information. Mr. Whitfield's written exam score was a 90, which was the highest score of all candidates.
Thank you.
Are you a registered voter, Mr. Whitfield?
And yes, sir, and my voter card is in this envelope.
In which congressional district are you registered to vote?
5th District.
Why are you interested in serving on the Public Service Commission, again, in addition to what you just told us?
Well, I guess I've been blessed to have 2 careers. I had a long career in transportation, very stressful industry, and something was missing. And when I came on the PSC, one thing that we have to, there's a lot of multiple different things you have to do at the PSC, but one thing is a lot of data analysis. In my degree from Georgia in geography, we studied a lot of demographic data, human trends, usage trends, those type of things. So I found that fulfilling, and I've stayed in my consulting business. I've done a little bit of everything that the commission regulates, electric, gas, water, wastewater, telecom, solar. I've had clients in all of that, so I've stayed current. I've stayed on my toes. And for me, that's all great, and that's good, and I'm sure I can do more good there if I choose, but I really just am passionate about serving the citizens of South Carolina, serving my state, serving out honorably at this time with so much on the line, Our energy supply from some of our neighboring states, many of them are in a deficit, as many of you may know. They're energy importers. And you all have been proactive with this new legislation, and I don't want South Carolina to fall behind. And like I said, these are life essential utilities that our citizens need and have to survive.
Thank you. So we'll turn to some questions regarding conflicts of interest. I'll run through the questions first, and since it will be part of the record, we can go ahead and talk about your memo.
Sure.
Okay, so if you were elected, would there be any potential conflicts of interest, financial or otherwise?
No financial, nothing of any of my ownership. I think we've been over that in my packet, and don't own any stocks, anything like that. I think you have a copy of that legal opinion. After discussing that with my attorney, and what I know also about Act 175 and the Judicial Code and our ethics laws, there would be certain times I would have to disclose. I probably would do it, not probably, I would do it every time out of an abundance of caution. But a mere disclosure does not mean that you have to recuse from the case. I would disclose on the there are other commissioners over there now that have had to do that, and I would certainly disclose up front. Don't know of anything. I'm not involved in any current docketed item, nor have I been prejudiced, as the legal opinion says, by any evidentiary information. So other than some disclosures, I don't think I would have a problem serving again. I can tell you in my 12 years, the only time I ever abstained from a vote, and my wife knows this, our daughter was in a school bus wreck with Blythewood Middle School, and the charter bus company that was driving them happened to be before us that same week. So that was clearly a reason to disclose, as my emotions, people were hurt seriously in that accident, and that's the only time I can tell you in 12 years, and that was a transportation matter, certification of a charter bus company.
And if you were, well, you've answered what you would do if a conflict arose. Are you or a member of your immediate family employed by a utility regulated by the PSC, or have you been in the last 2 years?
Nobody in my family, and other than the consulting relationships that I've disclosed to you in this legal opinion, no. I've never been employed by one of them, only as a non-employee consultant.
Do you or a member of your immediate family own stock or have other financial interests directly controlled by you in a utility that's regulated by the PSC?
No, sir.
All right, turning to your memo, it got our analysis of law, and you mentioned that you have one specific client that you named specifically in the
Yes,
memo,
sir.
that being Fairfield County.
Yes.
I'm curious, what is Fairfield's interest in matters at the county's interest?
They weren't interested in any matter before the commission, nor do we even know that they would ever be before, obviously they're a county government, they're not regulated by the commission. They were interested in I think as my legal opinion states, they were interested in the future potential tax revenues. As you know, Unit 1 already pays them about $32 million a year. And some of you may know, outside the commission's purview, when the plants were abandoned, the county had to hire an attorney to go to court, and they settled out of court with Dominion. I'm sure most of you are aware of that. So again, the commission doesn't have the jurisdiction to handle any relief like that. And they really, I guess the only other thing I could say about it is they had gotten to a point, the county had, as to where they needed a fee in lieu of attorney. You all know I'm not an attorney. And they also probably need a little lobbying help maybe, and I'm not a lobbyist. So I'd reached to, after working with the county auditor and economic development director and county administrator, I'd reached the point of what benefit to them, if you will, and we kind of knew it was going to be a short-term thing, advisory role, as the legal opinion states. Does that answer your question?
It does. I'm trying to get a handle on where you, prior to seeking this legal opinion, where you thought the conflict could arise if you were serving on the commission.
Well, I think it could be potentially any, because some of them are regulated utilities that I've had consulting arrangements for, and I thought that the committee might be interested in knowing. I didn't want to come up here and not disclose, and I felt like that any and all, including Fairfield, that he did the deep dive on, that I needed to do this. And I don't know of a person who has run, certainly not in recent times, and been a consultant. I do know one commissioner, of course we all do, that had previously worked at ORS, but I don't know of anyone that's done exactly the path I'm taking. So I felt like I needed to go. I felt like my situation was unique, and I felt like I needed to get unique, do something unique with a unique legal opinion. As you probably know, there are not very many attorneys specialize in this, so I didn't, you have to kind of look to find one that does this type work, as you know.
Right. And thank you. That's helpful. Since they were the client specifically named in the memo, didn't want to ask you who were the other clients. So
I think
regulated.
Yes, sir. I think I provided you the names of those others as well, right?
Right. But would that be, you want that included in the record?
Absolutely. If I have nothing to hide. No, sir. Absolutely. I want to be as transparent as I can.
Okay. Well, very good.
I'm an open book.
Absolutely. Much appreciated. Well, that's helpful to me, and if members of the committee have further questions, I'll let them address that with you. Are you affiliated with any political parties, boards, or commissions that would need to be reevaluated if you were elected?
No, sir.
Do you belong to any organization that discriminates based on race, gender, or religion?
No, sir.
What is the appropriate temperament for a commissioner?
The appropriate temperament, typically when I was on the bench, and I think the appropriate temperament for any commissioner, is you really need to be on that bench, and you really need to, in person on that bench, you need to sort of be poker face, not show any expression, not show any reaction of body language or anything, but also you need to treat every person that comes before you with dignity and respect. You need to be fair and impartial, unbiased, and beyond reproach.
And are you aware that commissioners are subject to the Judicial Code of Conduct as well as state ethics laws?
Yes, sir, I am.
Could you briefly describe the 5 canons in the Judicial Code?
Well, the first one Canon 1 deals with a judge or commissioner must be independent and uphold the integrity of the commission. Secondly, not be involved in any impropriety or the appearance of any impropriety. Third is to do your job diligently and diligently and impartially as you go about your duties as commissioner or judge. Fourth, restrain from any extrajudicial activities, outside business or work activities that might cause you to have a conflict of interest. And then fifth and last is no political affiliation, no attendance of any political events. You've got to really be totally unbiased and not go to anything political. And really, it is the Judicial Code's purpose. I mean, you really have to keep all 5 of those to keep the public trust. If the public trust is eroded in our judicial system or in our commissioners, then the purpose is defeated.
Ex parte communications. Could you explain the general rule as it relates to service on the commission?
Yes, sir, Mr. John. There are two types our laws deal with. There's inadvertent ex parte communications, and then there's willful. And inadvertent needs to be placed on the record and allow the other parties in a proceeding to respond to the inadvertent communication. If it's willful, the commissioner or employee can go to jail and be fined. And then, of course, if a party is injured by an ex parte communication, then the remedy is to seek relief in administrative law court.
What industries, types of businesses are regulated by the Public Service Commission?
The different sectors, or you want the specific mission? What do you?
Broad picture.
Well, we regulate, when I say we, the commission regulates electric, gas, water, wastewater, telecom, and I can list all the areas of transportation if you'd like. That's my field kind of, but in the essence of time, I'll stop there. But certain areas of transportation, and the commission does not regulate municipal systems or special purpose districts or co-ops that are not for profit. Since my time on the commission has some limited jurisdiction over Santee Cooper, but still does not set their rates. And of course, does that suffice, or you want me to go on?
Leave it up to you, but I think that's great.
Well, I was going to add the mission statement, but I'll stop there.
What's the role of the Office of Regulatory Staff in matters before the commission?
In matters before the commission, ORS is and I'm going to use attorney talk, the ORS is the similarly compared to in our state court system as the solicitor's office. They are the enforcement, audit, and inspection body and prosecutorial body before all matters involving utilities before the commission. They also they also represent the ratepayer. And they also have a consumer complaints department and can talk to the utilities directly, unlike the commission or the commissioners. And they can mediate and help mitigate disputes before. And of course, if that's not ultimately resolved, it ultimately goes to the commission as a docketed item. ORS also has a lot of other duties and responsibilities. I'm happy to get into those. Again, I'm trying to, but they got the State Energy Office, you got the Broadband Office over there, DOD. I mean, you got, ORS is quite a busy place and quite a lot of responsibility, but they are the audit, enforcement, and inspection body. They also represent the public interest before the commission, and they have a pretty much a table, permanent, they're a permanent party of record in every matter before the commission.
Thank you. What is an integrated resource plan?
Integrated resource plans are long-term plans by utilities for assets. That's every asset under the sun. That includes generation assets, energy and efficiency and demand-side management assets, renewables, and that plan is generally a longer-term plan, 10 or 15-year longer-term plan. Here in our state, it's updated now under the new law. It wasn't a law when I was there, but under the new law, it was enacted toward the tail end. Act 62 allows for the commission to hold IRP proceedings, full-blown proceedings, just like a rate case. And the commission now has teeth in that process and now can approve or disapprove or partially approve an IRP plan. And of course, now those IRPs are updated annually.
What are the key factors that a commissioner should consider in a rate case?
I'd say the evidence in the record. The evidence in the record, the testimony, the evidence in the record, the exhibits, the cross-examination by the attorneys from the various parties, then the questions from commissioners. Certainly, all of those things make up a rate case, but of course, you have to consider in the rate case, you have the revenue requirement and the weighted cost of capital. Commission is charged with findings of fact of all of those things, and the setting of the ROE, and ultimately, of course, at the end of the case, of course, the parties all have an opportunity to to submit proposed orders, and then the commission, of course, issues their final order. In our state, we have a 6-month statute.
In evaluating a utility's investment in a customer-facing program like an energy efficiency program, to what extent should cross-subsidization be factored into the commission's decisions?
You said in energy efficiency?
Energy efficiency, distributed energy resources.
Or any of those things, demand-side management.
And determining if it's a prudent investment.
Okay, I guess the question's really more about cross-subsidization, right?
That's correct.
Okay, Mr. John, thank you. Cross-subsidization can occur in a lot of ways. It could be an asset that some customers are participating in that other customers are not participating in, and you don't want the non-participants to have to pay for something that they're either not participating in or not getting a benefit from. For instance, I guess I'm going to use Act 41 under the new law. A lot of course, we know a lot of what is, you all, by the legislature's own words, what drove Act 41 was our massive population growth, data centers, and our massive economic development successes. A lot of those large industries that came in during our massive economic development successes, which we continue to have, a lot of them wanted 100% renewable energy. Well, I see now in Act 41 that large customer can do that, but it's the commission's job to make sure that residential ratepayers are not penalized for it, or not cross-subsidizing, if you will. That's a clear example, as I know. I come from a rural county where people struggle to pay their power bills and to put food on the table. And it's so important that the cost causer it pays appropriately.
What are some challenges facing regulated water and wastewater companies?
Oh, my goodness. That's a loaded question. I had a client in the water and wastewater field. I'm not doing that much for them anymore, but early on, that was client one. And as you might know, PFAS was a big hurdle. And, you know, not only were some of our states in our own state dealing with some lead issues, but PFAS chemicals, or, you know, the forever chemicals, are such a hot item in that industry. In our state, you mean our state specifically, nationally? What do you?
South Carolina specific would be good.
Specifically in our state, some of this has changed through some mergers and acquisitions, but we have a lot of smaller, in the investor-owned side, we have a lot of smaller to real small to medium-sized water companies who didn't have enough of a customer base to spread the costs over. And unfortunately, some of the larger investor-owns weren't willing to invest in them because there wasn't enough customer base there. And of course, I could go down the road of what is happening in the municipal and the special purpose water and sewer districts, but the commission doesn't regulate that. I'm going to, for the sake of time, stop there, unless you want me to go on.
That's good. And what challenges might regulated telecommunications companies be facing currently?
Well, as you all know, since my time on there, the IP transition, as we've transitioned from the old public switch telecom network to the internet protocol, of course now, and again, that's one of the many things ORS has done under their broadband office. Hundreds of millions of dollars were appropriated from the federal government and sent down to the states through the RDOF fund and through the RDOF fund and shoot, I'm drawing a blank on the other one. And ARPA funds and the RDOF Rural Digital Opportunity Fund is the fund I'm trying to think of, Rural Digital Opportunity Fund with the FCC. And a lot of those funds now have, in our state, it's no secret that Jim Stritzinger over at ORS has done a good job deploying broadband to even in my little rural county, in some of the most rural areas of South Carolina. And I think it's now said that some of our rural areas actually have as good in some places as some of the metro areas do. So we're a rural state that's becoming increasingly urbanized, and you know, that's probably the biggest thing, getting that fiber out, getting broadband to and underserved communities.
Mr. Whitfield, are you familiar with the advisory opinions issued by the review committee dealing with attendance at legislative receptions, legislative caucus meetings, and political gatherings?
Yes, sir.
Since you submitted your application, have you attended any of these functions?
Have not.
Have you made any contributions to members of the General Assembly since you submitted your application?
No, sir.
Are you familiar with the 48-hour rule, which prohibits a candidate from seeking pledges for 48 hours after the screening report has been submitted to the General Assembly?
I am.
Have you sought or received a pledge of support from any legislator prior to this date?
I have not.
Have you asked any third parties to contact members of the General Assembly on your behalf?
Have not.
Are you aware of any third parties who may have done so on their own?
I am not.
And if you were elected, do you plan to serve a full term?
Well, I've always answered yes to that, Mr. John, and I've always served out my term. Each of the 4-year terms, 3 4-year terms I previously served. I'm aware that this one's only a 2.5-year term, and yes, sir, I plan to serve it out if elected.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions. At this time, I would request that we go into executive session pursuant to the committee's prior motion under Section 3470.
So ordered. We'll clear the We continue with our screening of candidates for the Public Service Commission on this December 9th, 2025. We're currently in Congressional District 5 and have before us Mr. Swain E. Whitfield. We out of executive session. No action was taken during the executive session. Are there questions by members of the committee? The one that I would have is that with your past experience in knowing affordability and reliability of electricity for our residents, and then certainly the potential for data centers or other heavy use of energy, electricity, how do you balance those from a would you envision and balancing that from a commission perspective?
From the Senator Alexander, would you repeat the first part of that again?
On the one hand, you've got residential customers that need reliable and affordable electricity. On the other hand, if you've got a lot of data centers or other heavy energy users coming into the state, how do you take those into consideration briefly with making sure that those residential customers are not placed with the burden of those that we need here from a data center, and we need electricity for those?
Yes, sir, Senator Alexander, I understand your question now. I would, of course, it's always a balancing act. NARUC scales of justice here at the commission. It's always a balancing act. I would look to Act 41 that you just enacted that gives a very, very exhaustive list of actions to be taken by our utilities, by the Office of Regulatory Staff, and all the emerging technologies. But when it comes specifically to that large customer that you're talking about, the commission will have to be the body that, as Mr. John asked me about, make certain that no cross-subsidization is occurring. And if that new customer or data center wants to tell their shareholders or their board of directors that they have 100% renewable energy, and they have that, then that's wonderful. But the residential ratepayers, as you said, Senator Alexander, do not need to be penalized for that choice. I think Act 41 gives quite a smorgasbord of options for the commission to do, and for there's quite a lot of tools in the toolbox there in Act 41. Hope that answers your question.
It does. And one final question from me. What degree of deference should commissioners give to the testimony or arguments presented by the Office of Regulatory Staff as opposed to other parties of record?
Well, prior to Act 62, we were encouraged to, or ORS was encouraged to engage in settlements, a lot of settlements and stipulations. And there was some encouragement for the commission to accept a settlement. I would still say in the form of judicial economy, if all parties are in agreement, I view the commission's role as not to be an impeding, but to be the arbiter and the finder of fact, and to not impede. Ultimately, if you want all parties to, you want satisfaction on, or what's the old saying, you want all to go away a little bit mad and all to go away a little bit happy. Well, that's the role of the commission. So as far as giving ORS weight, they still represent the public interest. And that's their statutory duty still. Their definition's been changed a little bit, some, but still it's basically the same, representing the concerns of the using and consuming public without concern to customer class, and to preserve the financial integrity of our utilities so that they provide safe, affordable, and reliable service. So I think with ORS being charged with that charge of the public interest, the commission still has to give that a lot of weight.
Thank you. Any other questions? Hearing none, thank you for being here. This will conclude this portion of our screening process with you, Mr. Whitfield. However, I do want to remind you that we expect you as a candidate to follow the spirit as well as the letter of the state's ethics laws, and any violation or appearance of impropriety on your part would be deemed very serious and would warrant us potentially calling you back for further questions. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for being with us this
Thank you.
afternoon. We appreciate your willingness to serve.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Senator from Orangeburg.
I would move we go into executive session.
And we have a second, go into executive session. Is there any opposition to that? Hearing none, then unanimously we'll go into executive session. Okay, we're now to the point where we will consider, before I get into that, we have lifted the veil. Back on the record, no action was taken in the executive session. Therefore, now we're back to, we will consider candidates and whether to find them qualified. I'm going to call the name of each candidate by the seats, and I'll ask for a show of hands by those who wish to find the candidate qualified. We'll start with Public Service Commission, seat 1, Mr. Eugene Henley. All those wishing to find Mr. Henley qualified, please raise your hand. Okay. Any opposed? See. And have a proxy votes aye. Okay. I would deem that the majority has found Mr. Henley qualified. Ms. Carol Lee Williams. All those wishing to find Ms. Williams qualified, please raise your hand. And proxy? I would deem that the majority has found Ms. Williams qualified. So we will now, all those still in Public Service Commission, seat 1, Mr. Eugene Henley, all those wishing to nominate Mr. Henley for consideration by the General Assembly, please raise your hand. All opposed? I would deem that the majority has voted in favor of nominating Mr. Henley for consideration by the General Assembly. Ms. Carol Lee Williams. All those wishing to nominate Ms. Williams for consideration by the General Assembly, please raise your hand. Any opposed? I would deem that the majority has voted in favor of nominating Mrs. Williams for consideration by the General Assembly. That takes us now to the Public Service Commission, seat 3, Mr. Bjorg J. Brooks. All those wishing to find Mr. Brooks qualified, please raise your hand. All opposed? I would deem that the majority has found Mr. Brooks qualified. Mr. Stephen Mike Caston. All those wishing to find Mr. Caston qualified, please raise your hand. All opposed? I would deem that the majority has found Mr. Caston qualified. Ms. Pamela L. Christopher. All those wishing to find Ms. Christopher qualified, please raise your hand. All opposed? Please raise your hand. I would deem that the majority has not found Ms. Christopher qualified. That brings us to the nominations for the 3rd Congressional District of the Public Service Commission. Mr. Bjorn J. Brooks. All those wishing to nominate Mr. Brooks for consideration by the General Assembly, please raise your hand. All opposed? I would deem that the majority has voted in favor of nominating Mr. Brooks for consideration by the General Assembly. Mr. Stephen Mike Caston. All those wishing to nominate Mr. Caston for consideration by the General Assembly, please raise your hand. Any opposed? I would deem that the majority has voted in favor of nominating Mr. Caston for consideration by the General Assembly. That takes us to Public Service Commission, seat 5. Mr. James C. Reno. All those wishing to find Mr. Reno qualified, please raise your hand. All opposed? I would deem that the majority has found Mr. Reno qualified. Mr. Hedden B. Thomas. All those wishing to find Mr. Thomas qualified, please raise your hands. All opposed? I would deem that the majority has found Mr. Thomas qualified. Mr. Swain E. Whitfield. All those wishing to find Mr. Whitfield qualified, please raise your hand. All opposed? I would deem that the majority has found Mr. Whitfield qualified. So that continuing in Public Service Commission seat 5, Mr. Reno, all those wishing to nominate Mr. Reno for consideration by the General Assembly, please raise your hand. All opposed? I would deem that the majority has voted in favor of nominating Mr. Reno for consideration by the General Assembly. Mr. Hedden B. Thomas. All those wishing to nominate Mr. Thomas for consideration by the General Assembly, please raise your hand. All opposed? I would deem that the majority has voted in favor of nominating Mr. Thomas for consideration by the General Assembly. Mr. Swain E. Whitfield. All those wishing to nominate Mr. Whitfield for consideration by the General Assembly, please raise your hands. All opposed? I would deem that the majority has voted in favor of nominating Mr. Whitfield for consideration by the General Assembly. Members of the committee, we now go to the Public Service Commission, seat 7. Mr. Clint A. Elliott. All those wishing to find Mr. Elliott qualified, please raise your hand. All opposed? I would deem that the majority has found Mr. Elliott qualified. Mr. Kenneth R. Moss. All those wishing to find Mr. Moss qualified, please raise your hands. All opposed? I would deem that the majority has found Mr. Moss qualified. Mr. Delton W. Powers. All those wishing to find Mr. Powers qualified, please raise your hand. All opposed? I would deem that the majority has found Mr. Powers qualified. Continuing with the Public Service Commission, seat 7, for nominations. All those wishing to find Mr. Elliott, nominate Mr. Elliott, please raise your hand. All opposed? I would deem that the majority has found Mr. Elliott qualified and nominated. Mr. Kenneth R. Moss. All those wishing to nominate Mr. Moss, please raise your hands. All opposed? I would deem that the majority has voted in favor of nominating Mr. Moss for consideration by the General Assembly. Mr. Delton W. Powers. All those wishing to nominate Mr. Powers for consideration by the General Assembly, please raise your hand. All opposed? I would deem that the majority has voted in favor of nominating Mr. Powers for consideration by the General Assembly. I'm not aware of any other business to come before the Public Utility Review Committee this afternoon.
Move we adjourn.
Before, as I listen for that motion, I do want to express my appreciation to each member of the commission, the committee, and to the great staff that we have for your diligence today in the work that's been done on behalf of the people of the state of South Carolina. I hear the motion from the senator from Orangeburg that we adjourn. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. They can stay. We stand adjourned. Thank you so much.